대회 안 보고 있었어요. 요즘
Pugilist counter
That was exactly what it was. As UFC right there. My heart goes to vitality, of course, but I have to respect what FaZe were able to do. They were able to come on top. They had the mental resilience. They had the moves towards the end, and very deservedly now en route to the grand final.
Yeah, well, let's talk some more about FaZe then. Obviously, we've highlighted, lots of different parts of the team. We've talked a lot about Carrigan. Obviously, that's the story. But I have to say, what impressed me in that series overall, we can just forget about Vertigo for now, is that actually everybody seemed to have high impact rounds. I mean, Rox had that amazing clutch, which was just so important in terms of cementing the direction we were heading in.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? From top to bottom, everyone is showing up. Everyone is having their moment. One thing I always love when I'm watching FaZe play, I did it during the opening stage in the basement, let's call it that. I did it inside the arena as well. The positive body language coming out from the players when they're winning, obviously great. Everyone can be happy when they're winning. But when they're losing rounds, when they're losing clutches, it's still a positive uphold body language. Carrigan is looking to his right, he's looking to his left, he's making sure everyone is on board, everyone is focused on the next round. And I've seen a lot of different teams struggle to have a positive body language whenever shit goes down. Carrigan is one of the best in-game leaders in the world to make sure that every single player within his team is super focused regardless of what's happening in the game.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there. There are no garbage rounds with FaZe. And it might sound like a blanket statement, but it's not at the highest level of Counter-Strike. When you're talking about stakes so high, teams have a tendency to lose a stupid round that turns into 3 because the next round you're slightly less focused, your communication drops a little bit, maybe you make a bad decision. It feels like for FaZe that isn't the case. No round that you win against FaZe guarantees you the next because they're out of sorts, because they're unfocused or whatever, or frustrated. That's just not the case. So whether Carrigan has instilled this philosophy or whether it's the whole individuals out there who share this quality, I think it's a little bit of both, but it makes them such a hard team to put down. That Inferno was, again, a pugilist. That's what it was, just left, right, and they were just never giving Vitality an easy round to relax. Every round had to be a battle. We're never going to give it to you. You're going to take it from us.
And that's where I'll bring the Frozen discussion up because, we highlighted him at the start. We hadn't really talked a lot about him on the desk, but remember, this is the new kid on the block. FaZe as a lineup have been together a long, long time. When Twists left, I think a lot of people were very, very sad about it. They were worried. Twists obviously went back to Team Liquid, didn't make it to the major, and the question mark was, were FaZe going to miss him? Well, I would say, absolutely not. Frozen has done everything I hoped he would do, maybe even a little bit more, and he had a huge game here.
We can't take anything away from Twist and the legacy he's had.
Absolutely not.
A fantastic player, without a doubt, but Frozen were one of the few players, as we highlighted, that could replace him and could replace him straight off the bat. Sure, he's had a bit of time to ease into the roles within FaZe Clan. We even heard from Carrigan when he was first brought on that he's helping out with the secondary calling as well. So it's not only a change for Carrigan, it's also a change for Rain, Robs, Brokey for that matter. A new guy's coming into the team, a new second voice is coming into the team as well, and he's done tremendously well. Today he was the highest rated player on the server, but more so the impact he was able to find. At no point did he seem to be scared to make the right decision. You saw him be aggressive on towards Banana. You saw him be aggressive on the CT side in middle on Inferno. You saw him constantly fight, constantly take duels, and constantly try to impact the game. When you have a player who's sitting in a semi-final inside a full arena and he's not showing any signs of being scared at all, then you know you got the real deal.
You said we saw him fight because he was always ready to fight. And it is such a scarce quality to have for a player to never be caught off guard. Even in transition, even in movement, knowing this is the moment I have to slow down, that's the moment I have to focus on my crosshair, it's about to hit me. And that's a mix of course, mechanical skills, which we know he has, but also just keeping you calm and being connected to the game that's happening, being able to sense the hit will be here in 2 or 3 seconds. I need to be focused. He's never an easy frag. He's never just a guy that's lost in that rotation. These are qualities I would give to Robs usually, but Frozen is displaying this sort of ice-cold mentality, pun intended, and he displayed that again.
Oh my, does he deserve it, right? He was, I wouldn't say stuck within Mouseport for many years. It was a great place to be for his development. He was the star player of the team. He's joining FaZe Clan. He's been in a couple of finals already. He's been easing into it, and now he finds himself in a major final inside the Royal Arena taking place tomorrow. For Frozen to make that move, going from Mousesports into FaZe Clan, he is one of the few players where I can point towards him and be like, like, listen, dude, you've done so well for yourself for so many years in mouse sports. You fully deserve that move.
I mean, he had an incredible amount of pressure too. Expectations. We were all ready. We were sat, watching, scrutinizing, waiting for you possibly to fail, for us to say you're not Twist, you're not going to be able to have the same kind of success. You were having a good time in mouse because you were the big dog and you could do whatever you want. And now you become in phase and suddenly you're a small fish in this gigantic pond. There was a lot of narrative around that, and I think he's answering the best of the best of way here at the major. What else can you ask from him?
Biggest compliment is he looks like he belongs in that team.
100%.
So look, just super quick, last question about FaZe. Based on everything you've seen so far, and we know we've got another semi-final coming up, are FaZe winning the major?
Yes, I think they are. I think they are. The only way I can see someone snatching it from them would be a G2 that enters into an absolute beast mode.
Sure.
And listen, you've been putting the idea out there. You manifested it. I hope you don't own the responsibility. But it's just what you're made of. Like these nerves of steel is a quality that I'm ready to give to G2 at times because they have displayed it in multiple high-level events, high-prestige events. And I feel like this is what you need to win FaZe, to beat FaZe right now. You can't just have the Counter-Strike. You need to be warriors. And I think G2 can do it.
I agree with you. You know, think about it. FaZe Clan have taken down Team Spirit, who were the main favorite coming into this
Everyone's
playoff.
favorites.
Everyone's favorite. They're now taking out the best player in the world, Saivu, and made him look, you know, a little bit silly on the server today. We discussed it. They've had a very hard way going into the final. There's one thing that makes me, you know, gibber a little bit in terms of saying that Karrigan and FaZe Clan is going to win the major. It is that we've seen Karrigan inside this arena in a couple of finals, and he's yet to find the recipe to win it. Obviously, third time's is a charm. Perhaps a major final as well. It probably helps with the motivation, but against the world-playing G2, who maybe will take down NAVI.
We don't even know. Yeah, we don't even
know. But I'll say it like this. If FaZe Clan is facing NAVI tomorrow, yes, I 100% believe they're going to win the major. If it's going to be a FaZe T2, it's completely open.
Right. Well, look, guys, as always, great talking to you both. I think, you know, I didn't have any kind of like expectations of like where it was going to go. It's been emotional, particularly for you, Matthew.
It's been rough.
It's just been so good to watch it with you guys. So thanks so much for your thoughts. And that means now it's time for a break. I'm not going to be on the desk either. We're going to tag in the other team. It's going to be Shox, Moses, and Blair bringing you the second semi-final of the day, NAVI versus G2. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, regress or take a minute?
Yeah, we have met.
What is one of your fingers?
Yeah, we take that, it's fine.
Playing all in, bro. Okay, sure.
What's mid?
Alone.
Stop.
Okay. Pushing ups. Be clear. Out up.
Stop some more! What is holding you? What is holding you? Fin somewhere. Maybe let's try. One upside, one up. One side, one up.
Okay. He's ups.
What's your side? 20 seconds. We have 2 bomb.
I'm with you.
I love you. Oh, you're rocking Robin, man. Insane, bro.
But one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL CS2 Major, live from Copenhagen, Denmark, in this beautiful arena that is packed to the absolute brim. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Blah and by Moses to get into our second semi-final. One IGL held up his part of the bargain. We're going to see if Hooksy can do the same, because G2 is up versus NAVI. A wealth of things to talk about, but let's bask in the moment for a second in terms of hopefully what we are going to see today.
Well, what we saw in the first semifinal is obviously experience coming out, right? The FaZe team, the way they've been able to bounce back from the group stage, and going into the second one, it's G2. Can they do the same thing? Great game yesterday, but can they continue that fire?
For me, it's just looking at these two orgs especially, right? Shades of Stockholm, very different lineups, of course, but there are a couple of people from that particular matchup. We have Bit. He's been here. He's taken out Nico in the past, of course, in the grand finals, but just the storylines, FPA, it just writes itself.
Well, so, I mean, I wanted to keep it for a bit later, but we can do it right now. NAVI tweeted, of course, a picture of Nuke, and they changed the names of course, what happened back in PGL Stockholm. For the people that aren't familiar, there was a grand final of a major. Nico was in it. G2 was up versus NAVI. And who wants to give the context here of what went wrong?
Well, nobody likes to see this picture. This is a very unsettling picture, obviously, in the midst of a little bit of a comeback from G2 and just a missed opportunity. And Nico's known as one of the best deaglers, so that's a heartbreaking moment that really put a stop to the dream of G2 winning that major.
I can't believe that's how we started.
But I'll tell you this, guess who's on NAVI from the lineup? No one, apart from Bit, so who's winning, right?
True, yeah, that's a good point.
Well,
they've all gone.
So that's pretty big as well, actually, looking at it. There's so many places where we can start, so maybe let's do it by setting the stage of where these teams have come from, particularly in this tournament, and what the expectations were. Has NAVI surprised you in terms of making the semi-final and the level that they have shown so far, Blay?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is a kind of a motley crew just coming in here. You lose Simple, the great one in CS2. You get in Wonderful coming in. Massive shoes to fill. You had Imma, JL, the pickups they had, and there were a lot of questions about his lineup with LXCB. Lots of doubts being cast on his IGLing abilities, but he has managed to make this work, make it click, and despite the fact that, you know, they've faced some pretty strong opposition, time and time again, they've surprised us. And hey, they are in the semifinals, so there's no doubt about the fact that they have made it work. That being said, for me, this is one of the big tests.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a piecemeal lineup. Like, despite the fact that coming into the major, there was like a positive feeling that this team was improving, the semifinals feels like a huge overreach. And part of the reason they've done it is Wonderful has been, well, spectacular. He's obviously been just an absolute revelation that we've seen that him hit this level right now. And JL, a huge step up in performance that you probably never thought he would be capable of, and he's delivering for NAVI in a big way.
And he's been doing it consistently. Of course, he had that life game versus Spirit, dropping 40 frags, but he's been really, really solid overall. And maybe let's talk a little bit more about the matchup in particular, starting at Wonderful. You know, starting in NAVI, where you start off with simple breathing down your neck. Now you're breathing down everyone else's neck because you have been putting up a fantastic performance in these playoffs so far, and is going to be so crucial up versus m0NESY.
Yeah, that's, I mean, Wonderful's emergence in these playoffs and in this tournament has been incredible. Like, to see this happen, and it's just another really young, talented AWPer that's bursting onto the scene that's going to be around forever. And I mean, you see as well, same qualities that we saw in m0NESY when he first blew up on the scene as well. Really sharp, really fast, solid in clutches as well. He's a really good late round AWPer. He's got the whole package, this Wonderful kid. And I mean, we're going to see it again on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if Simple's coming back, he's not going to be picking up the AWP, I'll tell you that right now. And the really cool thing here for me is, we talk about m0NESY, the baby goat, the Flash. Wonderful's only 19 as well, and this is his second major playoffs as well, right? He did play in Rio with that Spirit lineup. So for the fact that he's able to play in different lineups, in the international lineup this time around, instead of under Chopper, and still delivering to this level, this is the reason NAVI are here today in Copenhagen.
Yeah, and m0NESY's the reason G2 is here as well. He's been a hard carry, but if you look at these two AWPers, the beautiful thing about it, you mentioned the ages, these guys are going to be around forever.
Yes.
And, while these two teams have gone head-to-head, what, 5 times leading into this major in previous matchups, having it happen on a major stage, this is the first line in a story about a rivalry that we could be watching in Counter-Strike for a decade. This could be another beautiful clash that we see over and over again for the next however long years.
Yeah, hopefully it's the first page in that book, of course. And it's interesting to me because you have had a big conversation about established teams and experienced teams versus new blood. Here in both teams, you actually have a mix. And as you say, you have a 19-year-old and an 18-year-old who are wielding the AWP and trying to make sure that their team also gets into that CS2 era. So we got to talk about the supporting cast. Of course, there's much more than that in many of the cases. So where do you want to start? We did him dirty with the Deagle picture. So shall we start with Nico?
Yeah, I mean, you can start with Nico, and here's the thing, I look at the core here, obviously there have been some few changes here and there, and finally we have Nexa back in this roster. There have been a few doubts about it as well, but you know, end of the day, they are in the semifinals. I'm looking at Hunter, I'm looking at Nico, I'm looking at Nexa, but for me, it is about Nico. I mean, the greatest rifler we've ever had in CSGO, and CS2 has not been kind to him. I'm heading into this matchup right now, and I'm going to say right now, in current form, JL has had way more impact with the rifle than any other player in the server today, which is shocking to say when you have someone like Nico there.
I mean, it's a testament to how well JL's been playing, that he's the guy that we have in this graphic next to Nico, like the greatest of all-time rifler that we've ever had in Counter-Strike. But, I mean, you say that, it's not entirely inaccurate, but I think still going into the semifinal match, you pick Nico 10 out of 10 times in this head-to-head, especially with the way we saw him playing yesterday, especially the way we saw G2 playing yesterday. These guys are fired up, and I think Nico is going to come into this ready to party.
Yeah, I mean, that was the question. We didn't know if he was going to flip the switch. For now, it switched on. We saw it yesterday. Let's talk a bit about what transpired, you know. MOUZ went into that match as the favorites, but they did not show up because G2 just worked as a cohesive, I think, for the first part, maybe even this tournament.
I think a lot of it mentality, and yeah, probably the first time we saw G2 really look like G2 was that quarterfinal match, and sucks for MOUZ, I guess. Yeah, you ran into a tough one. But even Nico in the post-game interview is just saying, our issues aren't inside the server. It's not with Counter-Strike, it's not with strategy, it's with our emotions, it's with our mental game approaching and how we kind of step into these maps. And what we saw yesterday in that series was a G2 that wanted to influence the game, that wanted to be proactive, that wanted to set the tone, that wanted to be aggressive and in MOUZ's face at all times. And look, that's going to throw off NAVI as well. If G2 comes in with that same kind of an attitude today, constantly pushing, Nico and Hunter doing work, getting impact kills, NAVI's going to have a real tough time. Alexi's going to have a tough time.
I mean, these guys are big game players, so we can't really forget about that. And despite the fact that the form has dropped off a little bit, they have looked a little rough. Like yesterday against MOUZ, who continued to struggle on the stage. You're looking at a NAVI yesterday where players like Imma completely disappeared. Our Bit was looking shaky. But Nico, Hunter, Nexa, even m0NESY now, they've been on stages like this, massive crowds in front of them, and have delivered time and time again. So you're talking about experience of being calm in the server, it is heavily favoring G2.
Are you not mentioning him on purpose? Hooksy did a great job yesterday.
He's been there just once.
Only once?
I mean, in a major playoffs.
Fair enough. We'll come back to it. I do hear that Paula's standing by on the floor, so let's see what he's got for us.
I am absolutely stood by on the floor right now, Shox, for perhaps the final crowd check-in of the night. Copenhagen, how are we doing? I need you all with me now. NAVI, G2, they need you with them now. When I point and I say where you are, I need you to raise the roof. But first, quiet. Left! Right! Middle! And now, everyone together, blow this roof to smithereens! One more time! Everyone, it's time for our second semi-final of the first CS2 Major! Make some
I know, the poor guy.
He's full sending it. He's been full sending it for a couple of days.
He
now.
has, and I can't do that, so I have a lot of respect for that indeed, and needs us to get warmed up into it. So we're going to dive more into specifics as we go on. I would also like to get maybe the map feed a little bit earlier, not yet, but like not with 4 minutes left to spare, because I think perhaps it may be interesting. I heard a couple of rumblings, but let's talk about a couple of particulars as well. We brought up Hooksy. We started to have the conversation. Is it fair to say he's like a guy that people love to hate sometimes?
Yeah, very polarizing figure, I think, you know, among the community, both for his performance as a player, as an individual, although I don't think you can be too harsh on it at the moment. He had a solid quarterfinals as well, putting up some big numbers and having some impact for his team, called great games. And Alexi, on the other side of it, is also a guy like a strategic mind, but I think people are still confused exactly about how to place Alexi B in like the pantheon of in-game leaders, because we know the tactical prowess is there. He's had some tough times with some tough teams and unable to get things going, and I think, honestly, the biggest indictment, ironically, is his failure to make the G2 lineup work when he was the in-game leader.
Yes. I mean, absolutely. And the fact that, you know, it's Hooksy coming in, it is kind of interesting in a way. But if you're talking about, if you're going to be critical about Hooksy and his, you know, fragging ability, everyone's like, he's calling it a good game, he's marshalling the troops, but he's not quite finding the impact in the server. Actually, he's doing much better than Lexi B, who has right now the lowest rated player in the tournament, which is kind of wild when you are in the semifinals. So for Hooksy, all the haters will be shutting their mouths up if he's able to pull this off, you know, put up a shut up.
It's a huge value to Alexi, though, that he can have that kind of a low number and still be able to get his team to this position, because if you look back, I mean, look, the best one to point at is the win they had in the group stage over G2. Came down from, what, 12-7? Navi was down in that game, and Hooksy called an absolutely perfect end to the game to end up winning the map. And like that is a special game. Alexi, yes.
All right,
I know, it's confusing. Yeah, they're biased. What is it? I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, talking about Alexi, you said it there, kind of the indictment about that G2 roster, if that didn't work out. And I think it's the opposite, that people really want to love Alexi because of the promise and the fact that after that kind of ends initial glory, he hasn't been dealt the best cards around him in order to make it work. And this is by no means an easy project to get into, an international roster, a bit who is picking up the communication in English. That may be also a factor as to why he hasn't been as active as before, but there's so many puzzle pieces at play here.
Yeah, and I think he's gotten very fortunate that some of these puzzle pieces have worked out really well, because this, you're right, this is not an easy job to step into when you transition into a new language. Pitt has been taking English lessons since this roster went international. It was a nightmare at the start of it. You had Wonderful, who had to kind of learn how to play the game. You had Ema, who was a huge gamble after his performance at the Paris Major. Him bringing in JL with his step up is a massive thing for Alexi to have next to him as well. So yeah, he's been able to marshal this team really well. You can't take any credit away from what he's been able to do with this team.
I like the semantics that you use there, because you use gamble for Emma, but not for JL, and that is results-based analysis.
Well, yeah, and also, like, you know, JL wasn't necessarily meant to be this player putting up these kinds of numbers. He wasn't a gamble in the same sense.
Yeah, and we're talking about like international lineups, the fact that, you know, it seems to be, you know, the era of national teams seems to have kind of died, so to speak, and I feel like Lexi B is a good champion of that, right? We just saw some of the lineups he's played in the past as well. We're talking about Ents lineup, then moving to international lineup and whatnot. So for me, like, this could be his crowning moment. This could be his chance to really shut up a lot of people, especially as Jason just pointed out right now. It was a very tumultuous time when he came into the NAVI lineup, losing Simple as well.
You can have the same kind of comparison over to Hooksy on the other side too, because he's probably warranted, and I think a lot of the criticism is fair when you consider this, how much skill is on this G2 team. Much like Alexi, he struggles to make it work.
Listen, you have Monacy and Nico, come on.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like Cologne and Katowice. Those are huge events to win. Those are huge trophies to have, and they're wonderful. Obviously, a major would be another wonderful thing. But the fact that this G2 team hasn't been able to be consistent and establish, you know, I'm not going to say like they should have established an era or a dynasty, but the fact that you're not able to put up more trophies and win more events and look more like you're a team that's functional is probably the biggest criticism you can have on HooXi.
It's very interesting because when you look at it, you know, blankly, and you look at kind of that blast victory at the end of 2022, then winning Katowice, then winning Cologne, a lot of teams would say, yes, I want to sign up for that, but I guess the criticism is keep that going with the people you have on that lineup at that point in time. And of course, the Rio Major not even making it, then in Paris not even making it to this biggest stage. Now, finally, it all has to come together, and that feeling of I absolutely have to prove it here, and on top of that, it's on my home soil.
Yeah, it is on his home soil, but for me, I think the narrative ties in with Nico.
Yeah.
We have to talk about Nico here, right? Obviously, one of the greatest rifles we've ever had, never to win a major. He's been in 2 grand finals right there. Just look at the legacy this guy has cemented. These are some incredible placings playing through, you know, with G2, with FaZe, with Mouse, all the way back then. He's been playing for years right now. So many events, couple of grand finals, but he never got that major. So HooXi having to get him, that's the thing. That's the big question here. Can they give him a major?
Yeah, there's 2 that stick out in that list, right, Moses?
Yeah.
Of course, Boston and
the
Stockholm.
heartbreak in Boston, as I call it for Nico.
Well, it's not that much of a heartbreak to some people, but yeah, you did end up getting second place there in Stockholm. I think the biggest indictment here isn't those second places, it's the amount of times he's not made the playoffs as well. 13 majors, or what is that? And like 5 times he hasn't been able, 5 times he's been in the playoffs, which like for someone of his caliber and some of the teams he's been on, that's kind of mental to think that he's missed out on the playoffs that frequently.
I mean, Antwerp, like he gets Monaco, he misses out on Antwerp, he misses out on in Rio as well, and a Paris major. This isn't what we expect from Nico. Nico should be someone who should be in the semifinals, in the grand finals, chasing the championships. And sure, it's nice to win Kato, it's nice to win Cologne, these are great events, but a major is a bloody major. And Nico, he needs to get it.
Yeah, perhaps you could see it as a sign, right? The fact that it finally happened in Kato, the fact that it finally happened in Cologne. Will it be here? We don't know, but there's a couple of things that have been really, really strange about this G2 run. I mean, we were completely ready to write them off, send them home immediately. We all know what happened with Virtus Pro. We all know that it wasn't all smooth sailing yesterday either. What's going on with this team?
I don't even know. Like it's crazy the way they've been able to bounce back, especially when you consider just to get to the playoffs, they had to win 2 best-of-3s in a row. Like they had backs against the wall really early on in those series over Ecstatic and Virtus Pro. They got some gifts. And as we saw, like they're going to take advantage of them, and you can't fault them for that. And this is a team with the mentality they have right now. I don't think they don't care at all either. They're just like, we're just going to keep moving forward, and we're just going to keep winning games however we get it.
I mean, Connor just literally called them yesterday after they beat Mouse, the soldiers of God, right with the hand of God and everything. Well, might as well just march on then. Just don't let anyone stop you.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. On the other side then, you know, we have the tape of the best-of-1 they played on Nuke, which was, to me, really a testament of Alexi B and Blade and the planning and changing on the fly in those last 2 rounds, figuring G2 out. They had started that map with a very dynamic T side, but we have to be honest, it was also a lot coming down to kind of personal outplays and clutches and a Zeus kill here and there, and not that much planning?
Honestly, G2 should have won this game. Honest to God, it should have been like 13-8 or something like that. But NAVI, I want to take not anything away from them. Alexi B, I think, called a fantastic sequence of rounds. Might be the best calling sequence I've seen so far at the major. There's 5 rounds to bring it back, winning at 13-11. But that being said, right, why were G2 playing so scared? Why were they in their own heads? Why were they playing so reactive?
Because it was group stage G2. It wasn't playoff
You
G2.
think?
Yeah.
But may I pry? You say Alexi B called those rounds perfectly. What did he change and how did he kill them?
I mean, there was some clutches from Wonderful, but I think a lot of it came down with Alexi B's calling. A leader who's great at adaptation, and he figured out eventually there's a weakness outside. There's some gaps you can get to outside. Alexi was able to push a couple times, able to wrap towards heaven. That's something, if Nuke comes into this pool in this matchup, G2's gonna have to be very cognizant of, and the way they lost that game, I guarantee they poured over that tape, frustrated. They'll have that in the back of their minds.
And if you're G2 coming into this as, for me, at the very least favorites, you have the better players as well, with someone like Nico and Monaco. If you're HooXi, you're not trying to play super reactive. That's what they did. That's why they lost at Nuke game. They're just reacting to what Alexi was throwing at them. There was no early aggression. We were watching FaZe earlier today, the way they were playing the CT side, just in your face, not allowing your opposition to kind of dictate the pace, right? You shouldn't allow them to happen, because if that happens, that's when you can activate a JL or the Wonderful, and then things get a little grim. And that's what happened in that map.
It's what G2 did yesterday. It's exactly what G2 did yesterday. And that's why I think like this matchup, I think G2 can actually, there's a world in which G2 can just blow NAVI out of the water. I think they can be really aggressive and really solid. If they come out and playing like they did yesterday, NAVI's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I see how you can say that. said, if you look at kind of the individual skill that showed up to the server from G2 side yesterday. But is HooXi going to keep pushing through the smoke and getting 2 opening kills every 3 rounds? I don't think so, right? So there's going to have to be more planning, more strategizing going into it. So I hope it at least, because otherwise Navi is just not showing up, and I don't believe that.
Yeah, they're going to show up. They're going to have some resistance to it. But Hunter and Nico, I mean, the nice thing if you're G2, you don't necessarily need HooXi to push through. That's like icing on the cake. That's like something you didn't expect to have happen. You're not planning for that, and he's giving you a little bit more. Kerrigan's doing the same thing with FaZe, by the way, which is pretty crazy.
Except Kerrigan's actually fragging out.
Yeah, it's an epidemic.
But you have Hunter who's going to be able to have those impact frags. That's the guy that you want set up, and him and Nico are playing at the same exact level right now. They have the same exact rating in this tournament. Individually, they are on par with each other, just going blow for impact kills they're providing to G2.
Kovac factor, it can be very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday, especially to see Hunter kind of back, kind of playing to the level we expect from him, that is absolutely going to be a win condition for G2. And this was a conversation coming into, when JKS got cut and Nexa came in, we were like, yo, this is supposed to activate Hunter. This is supposed to activate the duo to star riflers, but it never really happened. But if it's going to require an arena to wake it up, so be it.
Well, also, think of the tournaments they won. If you win, Cologne and Katowice, the strength of that was the trio of Modesty, Nico, and Hunter. Those guys, all 3 of those guys played excellently yesterday. All 3 of those guys were there. So, I mean, you have the main win condition is this core of G2 excelling in these stage games. And look, this is a different team than the group stage. It's a completely different, I almost write that nuke off in a sense, just because the G2 we saw yesterday is vastly different than the G2 we saw in the elimination stage.
Even if we see it again?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, for Navi then, I know that we've had kind of question marks, right? Because we talk so much about JL, and oh my God, by the way, looking at the path that this guy has walked, right? Another semi-final after the one last year in Paris. Of course, the same goes for Emma, who then went on to play the final as well with Gamer Legion. But for JL to be the guy to rise up, and to me also be a little bit of the face publicly of this Navi lineup in terms of kind of how he gets the people going, how he speaks to the fans, and also what he drops on the server. But in terms of a technical change in that team, what does that change then? Because Emma was supposed to be that guy.
I think it's an interesting tale when you look at Emma and the positions he plays. He's being set up to be the star player. He's having all the star player roles, and JL actually has a slightly rougher position, so to speak. The fact that he's able to still elevate himself, and also, as you pointed out, I'm looking at the body language and the comms when things are looking a little grim for the team. He seems to be the guy kind of rallying the troops, so to speak. So yes, absolutely, he's been fantastic, but we have to touch upon Emma. You look at his Paris performance just a year ago, 1.35 rating in the run he had. This is the reason he got picked up by Navi. This is the reason his stocks went so high, and he's just been struggle city ever since then. And here at this event, in the semi-finals, he is the 6th worst rated player in the tournament. If he doesn't step up here, this is going to be a dunzo for Navi.
Yeah, and I think he's getting bailed out a lot at the moment, or all of Navi really, by the performance of Wonderful, by the performance of JL. That's really helping kind of shield it, but that's the biggest concern you have to have of Navi coming into this match, is you do kind of look down that list and you see those underperformances, and it's so concerning. And Alexi B's been able to call well enough to hide some of those deficiencies on the T side. Wonderful's op and JL's playing has been able to hide some of that on the CT side as well. So they're getting some gifts in areas, but if any of those gifts get taken away, if any of those things fall a little bit flat, they're in a lot of trouble, You
can't always have a life game if you're JL or if you're Wonderful, right? But you got to hope that the rest of the team is going to step up as well. It is definitely possible. Emma also gave an interview. What did you think about the quote? He gave it to HLTV where he said, I don't care if I'm at the bottom of the scoreboard if we win the tournament.
Buddy, listen, if you're at the bottom of the scoreboard, you're not winning the tournament. You're not winning the semifinals. It's not going to be happening. I mean, are we watching the same game here? Because I'm watching him play star positions on the CT side and completely capitulate. Yesterday, the game they had against Eternal Fire on that A bomb side, where he is the A rifler, such an important role to play as A rotate towards B and whatnot. He was completely flat, barely getting kills. It was wonderful just getting multi-kills after multi-kills every single round, which enabled him to have a little bit of a CT side. So, and I can just expand this into multiple maps as well. I'm looking at Mirage, for example, on the CT side.
Yeah.
T side, when he has momentum going, he's got plays to make. I feel like he feels more comfortable in the server.
Yeah.
But a CT side, man, you can't just disappear.
Well, I mean, as that quote, I think that's that's what you kind of have to tell yourself to kind of keep yourself mentally in the game a little bit. But you also put a lot of pressure on winning the tournament so that no one cares. And you're still quite a ways away from that. 2 series against 2 of the best teams in the world. So, yeah, he's putting some pressure on his shoulders in that one. But I think in reality, it's mostly just, I mean, that is kind of how you stay mentally focused on the game, mentally is to adopt that kind of thinking. It's not true.
I mean, if LXCB said that, it's like if I bottom frag of a win, it's fine because he's actually calling. You can't have your star rifler do that.
No, you can't. So we'll see if that's the case again.
There's still, like, look, I think too, like, I don't want to harp too much on his underperformance. I think it's a big factor, but you also still have an Opera playing out of his mind. You have JL playing out of his mind, and you have Bit, who's also kind of struggled and been a little bit underwhelming, but performing well enough in his role to still be a solid anchor. Not really going above and beyond in any crazy sense, but doing a good enough job. So you have some of the pieces still there working. It's just, again, when you get onto the stage in a major semifinal in the major playoffs, you need all those pieces at some point to step up a notch and deliver something special.
And I guess people have been wondering, why haven't we hammered on Bit as hard as we have battered on Emma? Because Emma is newer to this position.
Yeah, and for Bit, like yesterday, we could see he was feeling very nervous. He was uncharacteristically missing a lot of frags, a lot of sprays, which is something you're going to expect from a major winner, the only major winner here in the server, right? He's been used to this sort of environment, one of the best debuts we've ever had. But yes, you can clearly see pressure will impact you. When the pressure's on and you realize that you, as kind of the veteran of this team, despite being so very young, there's going to be a lot of responsibility on you. He was struggling a bit, but as Jason said, when it mattered the most, he did deliver.
Yeah, and he's also doing a lot of, he's also very vocal in this team now.
Yeah.
Like, we kind of touched on his English.
The English lessons are working out, I guess.
Yeah, we noticed in the elimination stage, he's talking during timeouts, he's calling plays for himself, he's being active, and he's making sure people know exactly what's going on and what he wants to happen in a round, which is a very cool thing to see out of Bit. So I mean, he's bringing more to the table in that sense than we normally see on the outside.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the bigger expectations as we're getting closer to meeting the teams on stage, and then Banks talking to a few of them in terms of NAVI, because you have an organization that is built to play in finals of majors, right? That always wants to get to that highest echelon of play. But you do have a team here that you can forgive something, I think, in terms of kind of the things that we touched on. International roster, trying to make it work, trying to level up as you go with the right stepstones, with people taking on different positions, with people speaking in different languages.
I think NAVI losing here is going to be heartbreaking no matter what. But I think from the outside looking in, the expectations, I think they've gotten them already. I think like this semifinal is something they need to be super proud of.
Blade literally just said, top 4 is what we're aiming for. Yeah. They've got it so far. At this point, just go for the extra little bit.
Yeah, that's the reason I want to set it up as such, because when you look on the other side, then we brought up the Boston context, for instance. We brought up the Stockholm context. Now you are a favorite. You weren't yesterday versus Mouse in most people's mind. Yep. But by the play that you have showed as G2 and the level you have shown, now you are. And now it is time to put up or shut up.
It's trophy or bust for G2.
Yeah.
And that's where like the pressure kind of falls squarely on their shoulders is, you have to get to that final. You have to win that trophy. You have to be able to deliver with the stars that you have and the players that you have, and also the sharks swirling around, because we know that we've seen some teams try and tease some of these players away. It's there. They might not be thinking about it now, but it is there behind this G2 team that if they don't win this trophy, there's a chance this team might not get another crack at it.
Oof, it's a heavy burden to bear, and it's a lot of pressure, but someone who knows how to deal with the pressure and who knows how to give us a great show, it's James Banks, and he's standing by on stage.
Thank you very much, Shox. Royal Arena, are you still with us? Now, yesterday, it was impressive, but today there's over 16,000 of you in this arena. Are you ready to show that the Royal Arena can be the best arena in Counter-Strike? All right, let's do this again. I want to hear all of you make as much noise as possible. Let it roar! Well, let's start by getting our first team to the stage. Yesterday, it was wonderfully done by this team, but it's going to be a lot harder this time around. It may have been a 2-0, but it certainly wasn't clean. Now, they need to see if they can push that extra step further against a team that they have beaten over and over again. It's NAVI! And their opponent They've been through it all, but they've never given up. And they continue to show us that they can defy the odds and beat expectations. But those expectations have come just a bit higher, especially when the trio of stars they have is starting to perform. It's G2! Alexi, come join me. Hooksy, back over here. It's almost time for our next semi-final. Now, Alexi, birthday semi-final matchup. You must be feeling pretty good.
Ah, it feels good.
Guys, I want you to say happy birthday to Alexi for me. On 3, 2, 1. Now, yesterday's game, yes, you won, but it wasn't pretty at times. How do you feel about that?
Wasn't pretty at times, but the win is a win. That's the most important.
And in terms of a win being a win, you continue to win over G2, but you must expect it to be a much tougher game on the stage right now.
It's always been tough, as I said. Many games could have went both ways. Still managed to be, they managed not to beat us, yes. But we have a couple aces up our sleeve, and I hope we're going to continue this streak.
Ooh, a couple aces up your sleeve. Do you feel like you're in Hooksy's head a bit?
Excuse me?
Do you feel like you're in Hooksy's head?
I don't know. I don't know Hooksy that well, but I don't think so.
Okay, okay. Respect is being shown. Hooksy. Well, it is still Copenhagen, and yesterday this crowd was really on your side. But guys, is Copenhagen behind Hooksy? You are getting some love in there. But your team talk a lot about mentality, right? How is that mentality right now, where you said yesterday that it does feel like your best chance to lift this trophy?
The mentality is great right now. I think that we thrive when we're in front of such an amazing crowd, and for me at least the nerves are completely gone. I just enjoy it, and yeah, well, you cannot do anything else but enjoy this, so yeah.
The nerves are completely gone. Did your own individual performance help with that a bit?
Can you repeat?
Did your own individual performance help with that a bit?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe if I won the first round, the pistol round, it would have been better, but yeah, it was acceptable.
And do you think that you've worked out how to take down NAVI this time? Because you have struggled against them.
I don't know if I can say that since we lost the last 5 times, but Nico said it yesterday. I think that if we win today, it's even ground.
It's even ground. Well, let's see if it goes down that way. Shake hands, bump fists, whatever you want to do, and take your seats. Royal Arena, are you excited for this one? Let's test this out. Who is going to win this match? Is it NAVI? Is it G2? NAVI? G2? Well, it looks like G2 win it. Let's see if they do in the server.
Let's see, indeed, and thank you so much for setting up a very important point that we are yet to touch on after all of that, being the match history between these two teams and the fact that NAVI is G2's kryptonite up until this point. So what does it come down to? What does NAVI always do, or is it always different, or does G2 always crumble? What's going on?
I think honestly, in my mind, it's been a lot of a diminished G2. It's been a G2 that hasn't been striking at full power. They haven't reaching their full potential. Integrating Nexa in, I think, obviously has been very shaky at times. Hasn't looked as good as they probably would have liked it to. And I mean, you have a team that's been on the other side on a rise. The question's always been, what can NAVI actually get to? What can they reach? But everything's been on a positive trend. While G2, it has looked extremely shaky since the addition of Nexa.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to have a little bit of context, right? They have lost what, 5 series now, back to back to back to back to back. 4 of them have been group stages. 4 of them have been in studio. They only beat them in an arena in the World Finals, which is over a few months ago. That was when m0NESY was the only carry on this team. That was when NiKo was struggling with CS2 coming in. That was when, as he's pointed out right there, Nexa was having a little bit of a rough time trying to fit into this team. This is a different G2 coming into this matchup, FJ, even though history says otherwise.
But I mean, I think a big reason why they've been able to do it is this guy and the coach behind him, Blade, being able to set up amazing game plans to really just put these players in a great position to actually exploit this. I think the improvement and of JL, the improvement of Wonderful over time. Like, Wonderful's a guy who, when he came into this team, it was kind of like, what are we going to get? It wasn't quite the explosive introduction that we got from m0NESY when he joined G2 originally, but it's just been getting steadily and steadily better. And here at the Major, it's just eclipsed everything. It's been absolutely insane.
It has, and it looks like we're primed to see kind of, hopefully, a perfect semifinal in that we have an Alexi who's feeling good. You hear it there on stage, a HooXi who's saying, I'm not nervous anymore after yesterday, but we'll have to see. Let's start talking about the maps before we see the veto. And where do you guys think this is going to go?
I mean, G2 are a team who try to, flex a 7-map pool, so to speak, but we're not going to be seeing Mirage coming out here. They're going to band it out, and obviously for NAVI, it's not going to be Vertigo. This could really go anywhere. I think they share a very, very common map pool, so to speak. NAVI, they have Nuke as an edge. I don't really expect anyone to go for Anubis pick, because an Anubis pick, if you ask me, it's too risky. It's just too risky as your pick. Maybe he's a decider. This could legit go anywhere if you ask me.
Yeah, they have a lot of maps that they both share that they're both going to be happy to play. So it's just kind of what sequence do you want them in, and that's going to be the interesting factor. I expect we're going to see Nuke somewhere in the pool. I think we're going to get a rematch from that elimination stage game as well, and we'll see. Because again, this is going to be such a cool series in terms of the in-game leaders and how well they're putting them up. So there's the Mirage ban from G2, and you expected Vertigo to be banned as well?
Yeah, there we go.
And let's see what now pops up as the first map we're going to see. It's Anubis, Black.
Okay, all right. We saw this in Cloud9 where they allowed it through. That being said, FU, Cloud9, whole different team altogether. It's their best map after all, so maybe G2. They did look pretty good later on. Nuke pick coming in. This is Alexi B saying, HooXi, I'm in your head. I have your number on this one.
I don't know. That's a really dangerous pick, I think, from NAVI, considering the way G2 is actually looking dominant on that map in the elimination stage. The comeback that was required out of it, which is obviously going to be very well dissected by G2 heading up into this series, and we're going to be finishing over on Ancient.
Oh, baby. All right, listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to put it out there. I might have had my doubts about Anubis coming in from G2, but I feel NAVI should have just gone with Overpass. I feel Overpass is a map that, despite the fact they lost, they completely capitulated Cloud9 earlier. They have otherwise looked very good on that map. It's a map that I don't think G2 played that much. It's their kind of second band, so to speak. I think that's a missed opportunity coming in here from NAVI.
I just like the first map of Anubis. I think it's going to be an amazing map to get this series started on when you consider we've talked the praises of both of the in-game leaders. HooXi, how he's had this team mentally prepared and how well they're playing and how assertive they're playing versus a very strategic-minded Alexi who's got to move his pieces around perfectly. Anubis is a wonderful map for that. It gives a lot of strategic variety to it. You can play fast, you can play tactical, you can be explosive, you can be slow-paced, and we're going to see how well these in-game leaders can call around each other on the most T-sided map we have in the pool.
Yeah, and what the approach is going to be, and if Wonderful is going to feel as comfortable, if m0NESY is now, he's never not done it when it's been on a big stage, right? We know him to be consistent, but Wonderful is going to have to match that and more. I'm not saying they're going to be up against each other directly, but as you say, in terms of the plans that the IGLs decide to field every single round.
Like, especially considering that these two players are the talismans of these two teams, right? Wonderful obviously being the MVP for NAVI. m0NESY, the highest rated player so far at the major, still standing, mind you. He's going to try and beat everywhere, because once they lost to Cloud9, you look at the other games that G2 played on Anubis, it was m0NESY just being in the right place, the right time. He said in interviews as well, he's been given the freedom by HooXi saying, yo, if you're feeling it, if your intuition telling you to go towards B, go B. If you feel like it's A, just go for it. It's given free reign, and that's why they're winning on this map.
I think if we get a G2 that we saw yesterday, if that same G2 hits the stage, and we'll probably be able to tell in the first 5 or 6 rounds of this opening map, I don't think NAVI have what it takes from top to bottom of that roster to withstand it. I think if we get that G2 from yesterday, this is going to be a nice blowout for the G2 fans.
I've heard if so many times, but maybe it won't matter today. I love that we have 2 historical organizations who had a rivalry in CS. They are now carrying it into CS2, and they have a chance to get their spot in the grand final of the PGL Major tomorrow. And we, of course, have 2 fantastic maestros to lead us through it in Machine and Sponge.
Thank you very much, F. Yeah, here we are, chat. And here we go.
G2 versus NAVI in the playoffs of a PGL Major. We've been here before, but this time it's a Royal Rumble.
Royal Rumble in the Royal Arena. The Major is always the pinnacle of competition. For over a decade, 20 installments of an ever-evolving competition. No one knows how this ends. Let's find out together, Copenhagen!
Wouldn't be Counter-Strike if we didn't start with a technical timeout, would it, Alex?
No, man, no, absolutely not. Because the first Major on the new engine. A playoffs bracket of the fandom's dreams. This is what we've been waiting for, dude. And this only happens once. NAVI versus G2. Two legendary organizations in the new game about to lock horns in what I hope is 3 maps. What I hope is all the rounds. Is that what you're hoping for? I want headshots, I want clutches, and I want to hear you guys every step of the way. Let's get it on!
Well, some confidence out the gate just in the veto. G2 starting on Anubis, which condemns them to the CT side. I don't think there's anything more difficult in Counter-Strike right now. Might attest to a little bit of confidence from Hooksy. A slow start.
A slow start indeed.
NAVI just feeling out any G2 aggressions, and that is going to be par for the course on the T side. What are G2 going to throw their way round after round? This is the type of map where you need to make moves. You need to stay dynamic. The Ts have a lot of advantages, and as we see 3 parked outside B2 coming through Canal, and the U-tilt hits the sky.
Hooksy, can he start strong? We know how important these pistols are. Nico with his signature flash. He throws it. It may be premature. Forced down by the flames, and JL puts him on the floor. Imme in with 1. P250 finds Hooksy, and it's already problematic for G2.
Well, we know this retake's going to be difficult. Nexa and m0NESY in combination.
Oh, he's taken off the silencer. He wants to get loud.
This is very tough now.
It's almost impossible, chat. With 4 players breathing down your neck, holding the crossfire and hitting your shots. The Brotherhood, Bit and m0NESY, forced to turn on one another. And there's Imme for the cherry on top. NAVI off to the races on the T-side start on Anubis.
Yeah, that's perfect, right? For NAVI now, just have to hold them at arm's length. The CT gun rounds, they're going to be the more difficult for G2. They would have been hoping, praying to pick that one, see if they could build a nice little nest of CT side rounds. We can probably start addressing, while we have this technical timeout again, just some of the head-to-head matchups that may come into play.
Sure.
Nexa, he's going to be the A anchor, right? Bid is going to be the individual task with trying to take that territory off of him. So as we see those 2 lock horns, Nico will be the first responder from middle. You're going to have Hooksy and Hunter over towards that B site, and then m0NESY, the loose piece, the AWPer. Right now, I would say the best AWPer of the Major. I don't think there's too much of an argument about that, but maybe something that could be a little bit more controversial is Wonderful's position in that conversation. Brokey's been great, but for me, Wonderful's definitely up in the conversation. So we might have, if you'd let argument's sake, the 2 best AWPers of the Major going toe-to-toe today. Wonderful taking on m0NESY.
There's something about the way m0NESY plays and approaches this game. It's so fluid, it's almost like he takes every single opportunity in every frame to try and pursue that victory. He's very quick with it. And Wonderful, you know, a lot of people, I saw Mathieu discussing it. Have we been kind of underrating Wonderful? Has he not been getting his flowers, or is this the run that ensures he no longer is mischaracterized?
I feel he's had to put in a few more carry-type performances within this roster. Obviously, a lengthy conversation regarding Imme.
Yeah.
That one's been done to death, so we'll wait and see what the results show in the server today. You've had JL step up to kind of fill that firepower role. So for Wonderful needing to deliver on the AWP, and not just the AWP, he's been great in clutches throughout there in campaign this year.
But Anubis as a first map in this best of 3.
Yeah, and I was touching on it just before. I think for G2, this is the opening map. If this was the second map, and okay, we're already warmed into things, you're coming in cold to a semi-final on a map that is heavily T-bias.
Right.
But G2 chose for this to happen. They knew exactly what would happen, which tells of their confidence in this map. Right? This is speaking of the... You wouldn't let... You could have gone in multiple different directions.
A lot of different ways.
So this is something that they obviously feel confident in. Now, you need to make sure that either you're happy to stand and bang when the executes come your way, or you have a plethora of different CT aggressive maneuvers. Doesn't have to be out the gate, doesn't have to be immediate, but needs to come into the round at a certain point.
We know how it looks when a CT side doesn't act proactive.
It's claustrophobic.
Yeah, it's horrible.
They so-call you utility.
Chad, a second round investment.
All right, well, G2 want to fight for the right of the economy right now. Side under pressure towards B so far. A molly and a smoke with a deep dark smoke as well. They're going to push mid. What can they find?
Ooh, good flash. Alexi's going to be coming a lot. Spotted out. Can he find Nico? Yes, he can. Quick response from JL, finding Hooksy, some damage, but it's nothing to be worried about already. The site is lost. Big headshot from Nexa, but the rest swept under the rug. They put all of their pennies into it and get nothing.
Quite direct from NAVI, not allowing G2 to play into the round. They're the ones setting the tone. We're not going to default. We're just going to go towards B, apply a lot of pressure. Alexi and JL in combination, dealing with the mid slip. And that's another head-to-head we're going to be seeing on the mid defaults. Alexi taking on Nico.
Right.
Right now we just have Monacy, who would love to hold on to this Deagle or even find an upgrade to take into the next.
He's not going to be able to find Wonderful. Wonderful's corpse covered by the bomb.
And this is the thing, we talk about G2 and some of their individuals as big game players. Hunter especially has been having a bit of a wonky time. But if he can show up in a match like this, he needs to be given opportunities to do so. So if you're NAVI, you want to make sure you keep things tight. Don't give away a free AK. Don't over-peak the mark. Like, keep the comms as clean as possible and play some by-the-book Counter-Strike to hold G2 at arm's length. Now, this will likely spell full eco from G2. I think they're not even that crazy.
Yeah, but right now, in terms of game plan, in terms of how they visualize this going, for NAVI, this is perfect. Smooth sailing, dealing with the force buy, and economical to catch your breath, and a 3-0 stun. Now, that's the cheeky smoke. We'll be seeing that a lot. Deep into dark.
Gonna force a player down there to either play in front of it or to completely respect it. And Emma, another kill from him. This is very positive signs. And more just aggression over towards B. As I touched on earlier, this will be Hunter and Hooksy's side.
Monacy's joined the party, but he's quickly removed. Hang on, Emma. It's going to do a lot for his confidence. You know, we always say it, and people assume in jest, but some players, they need the early frags to get the juices flowing.
Yeah, even if it's just on the pistol or against the Eagles, just on the pistol with such an influential round, but for sure. And if he's feeling hot, then he'll be willing to take more risks throughout the game.
Sure.
And those risks, right, they can be classified as a mistake if it doesn't work, or can look like an absolute genius. But this is quite a spotless 3-0 start from NAVI. Bomb down again. Cash going to be flowing. Plenty of residual for the majority of the members. And we are about to get into that first gun round, which will be a tone setter. Did G2 go aggressive? That's the big question for NAVI. And in these first few, especially against the force buy and now the lighter investment, it has been very direct towards this B bomb site. So we have to see what Alexi, who said he doesn't think he's in the head of Hooksy, but he's definitely got him in the pocket.
5-0, dude.
Yeah, the record speaks for itself,
yeah.
doesn't it?
He doesn't have to say anything in that interview. Yeah, the record does all of it for us. And there is Romanian presence in the arena. I'm seeing the flags. Imet representing an entire nation. And there's a lot of Counter-Strike fans from there who everyone has traveled a great distance to be here today. Some just down the road, sure, but majority, it's a plane, it's a boat. And here we go.
All out for Monacy.
That's going to be an important trend. Monacy on the AWP, keeping it dynamic. He tells them where he's going.
Lurk smoke towards B quite immediately. You just saw that get deployed. So question marks for this B defense, where Nexus starting, traditionally the A anchor.
This might be a rude shot for Bit if he pokes his nose into trouble. And just like that, Monacy connects his opening contribution for G2 in this semi-final.
But if it sends them, oh, look at this, aggression from Hooksy. So they're playing on both extremities right now, G2. Hooksy, is he going to overstay his welcome?
Oh, the angle, the crosshair placement, it was perfect from Hooksy. Imet, he has his skull rattled. And just 4 HP, hanging on by a strand. He lives on, and the man advantage, which could have been 2.
Well, they've almost corralled them towards Canal and middle. Like the fact that they've shown the AWP towards main, they've been aggressive out B as well. It really leaves Navi only a few choices.
I'm intrigued to see how Nico's mid fights go. And this is his first test. It's wonderful with a Galil. Oh dear.
That's the bait and switch setup. Nex is meant to swing and mop up the mess.
Yeah, but Alexi was ready. He was so ready. And now that man advantage, it's squandered. It's gone. It's lost. m0NESY under so much scrutiny, and he's losing players left and right. One back from HooXi. m0NESY alive with 2 bullets in the mag. If he can connect, because Wonderful's got his number right now. And a 1 versus 3 for G2's IGL. Oh, damage. Significant damage. That's the same as when he found Ima. He still hasn't found the lethality he would hope for. Solid crossfire. JL strafes out, and you got another.
They're going for that retake is quite audacious as well. It's the type of the round, even with a number advantage on the CT side, you're going to have a tough time breaking in towards that A site.
Was m0NESY going to get out, though? I mean, that was a lost AWP regardless.
No, I just mean there from HooXi.
Yeah,
could have been saving the M4, could have brought something through. This is in middle where it's all gone wrong, so the flash is good. Nico looks away. Nexa on the swing gets caught by Alexi. That's fantastic coverage from Alexi there. It's really set them up, and him getting fired up as well. Still a spotless start. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, because for G2, if they can get themselves 3 or 4 rounds on this CT side, they will be happy with that. So NAVI going through the paces, but Pistol, clean conversions, the gun round looked worrying, and they bailed themselves out of a number disadvantaged scenarios. So far, just green lights for NAVI.
I mean, this was what G2 knew was a possibility with the Anubis pick.
The problem is they played that round very well.
Right.
And they still weren't able to convert it. Missed smoke there, just highlighted by the ops team, but no real worries. A main control. See, Bit got dealt with by an AWP on his first A main control gambit, right? You want to try and apply pressure towards Nexa, who's going to be there, but wasn't. So we'll have to see if these games of moving these CT pieces around will continue. You need to stay dynamic. You need to stay fluid on the CT side. Keep your opponent guessing. But so far, NAVI, this is a stroll in the park.
Interesting flash. It's just to clear out A main close. So Bit will hear that. Nico, oh, that molly caused him a lot of strife. Has he got the nade with Nico's number on it? It's not far off the mark from Alexi. Searching A is Bit. No AWP this time, he knows that for sure. And it's HooXi on the floor, Nexa down after 1. m0NESY nails the Deagle headshot. Maybe there's more to be said here. The pressure in mid, Nico trying to provide support, but smoked off for the moment. And 30 seconds, the pressure is on that bomb carrier. Wonderful, what's the go? What's the decision? Alexi, oh, he's supposed to be pulling the strings! Now he's sleeping with the fishes. Him and back, 2-on-2, Wonderful on the bomb, into the open A site. It should be Nico, down and out. And Hunter yet to frag, heading the wrong way.
m0NESY did an awful lot there to make that round competitive, but just getting caught between the extremity and having to deal with middle. So far, he's well, the only one to put up what's felt like resistance in these rounds. I know we've only had 5 play, but there's a multi-kill for him and the AWP kill. So those are tone setters, potential difference makers.
Yoink.
But look at that scavenge. Hunter, ever resourceful. We'll be able to hold on to quite the prized possession going into the next round of play. So far, the Romanian on a bit of a rampage. 9-1 from Ima.
Can you speak to the form he found in Paris? I mean, everyone talks about it like it's this mythological beast.
Well, that's why he's on the mythological beast of NAVI.
Right.
That's why they spent so much money to pick him up. Same with JL, the prospects of the Paris major.
But just sky high.
And look, they took the gamble on them, and apparently it's paid off.
Score.
Tactical timeout called. An opportunity for us to discuss the coaches. Blade, the puppet master of NAVI on one side, but this one's been called by Taz, a legend of the game in his own right.
Yeah, the pilot of the plow.
And what's his contribution going to be? Or is this just to allow the team to have a bit of a breather? 5 rounds. They haven't been the quickest of rounds, but it feels like it's gone in the blink of an eye if you're G2. You haven't really been able to contend thus far. The first gun round, it started fantastically, but fell apart with poor trading in middle.
Yeah, you're right. That first gun round felt like it was a really good sign of life out of G2. Everything was working. HooXi had the space. m0NESY got the opener. The smoke landed. HooXi get the dink on Ima.
It makes that kill. It's a whole different round.
Okay, yeah, it was a 3v5 if he hits that, and it's awkward. It's awkward for the remaining 3.
This is an aggressive maneuver highlighted here. Hunter with an aggressive smoke towards T-stairs. So let's see if they push off the back of this.
Oh, it's smoke and mirrors. Let's find out. Flash as well from the dark position. The smoke lands. You can see their options are limited. Do you cross through it? Wonderful thinking about it. Bit occupies rugs. A nade on the smoke. Forward of this deep dark smoke. So m0NESY, he's forced to commit to this. Both teams using evolutionary smokes. looking for that opener. And there's JL giving it a look in. Monacy, an unusual miss, but he comes back for more. Rewarded for the greed this time. 2 men set up. The Balkan brothers in arms. It's Nexa and Nico. Holding on to the A site. They repel the invaders and in the same breath, take B.
This is exactly what G2 need to be doing. Keep moving, keep playing for space, and finding frags. There you go. Hooksy will get the better of it this time round.
Alexi's in a power position, Chad. There's something here. It's not much.
Look how active they are.
Nico looking for trouble, catches it. Kalashnikov on Alexi. Has he got another? Nexa denies. That's important to the 2v4. Will G2 convert this one?
Again, staying proactive. They keep moving, keep searching for info, never allowing Na'Vi just to stay stable and set up. Bit low, AWP on AWP.
Bit versus Monacy, and he's taking him down. The head-to-head right now favors Bit between the 2 of them.
They know Nex is around.
This can't go wrong, can it? Wonderful. Dead to Nexa. That's the round, surely. Bit with no HP, no hope, and no health. G2 are on the board, folks.
That one's going to feel good. Danish representation in both semi-finals, and I'm sure the crowd would love to see Hooksy and Carrigan locking horns in a grand final.
It's almost too poetic.
But that's essentially a round that's attested to everything we've been discussing with this CT side and what's necessary from G2. I think Monacy is given the green light to play. He is an absolute monster, right? If he overpeaks and dies, so be it. But he is the difference maker in a lot of their rounds. So the fact that he stays stubborn and is able to find that opening pick, you're going to need plenty more of that.
Different smoke.
Yeah, different variation, and softened by the nade JL. The back and forth of the utility. Maybe they want to try and pressure Nico in middle. Yet to get off the mark, 0 and 6. But Monacy, I said he's that loose piece. He's the flair. He gets to be wherever he wants. Can call his own picks, can call his own fights.
Got that flash support set up. Deters Bit's progress on A. Alexi cooking mid.
He'll be under pressure in a moment.
Monacy's having a look, trying to catch the right window of opportunity. Turns the flash. The molly will subside shortly. If he peeks into this, Wonderful should have his number in the AWP head-to-head. Both of these players, both of these AWPers are a spectacle to behold. And they both seem to come alive on the stage. Down goes Wonderful. Nico builds upon it. It's a massacre in mid.
Well, that's more like it. That's what they were hoping to get out of that setup earlier in the piece. This time, Monacy and Nico, the star power of G2 in combination, snuff Na'Vi out to post what should be a second round, and the first time they can post consecutive. There it is. Nico on the march. 5-2, a 3-round difference as they whittle down the finances of Na'Vi now.
Does it feel to you, Chad Birchall, that Nico's starting to get a bit more comfortable in this CS2?
Well, his tweet the other day didn't fill me with too much confidence, but I think when you're on the stage in a match like this, you forget about some of the issues that you've been caused, and you can just go for fights. Take the jewels, use that aim.
Widely regarded as the most proficient master of the crosshair.
I'll take a look at this. Na'Vi have been able to buy back in, but a few omissions in the firepower. Alexi and Bit having to stomach something a little bit lighter. Not keeping it direct either.
Oh, hello. Hunter's giving it a look in. It's JL, spots him out, and he's seen enough. A lot of early pressure, though.
Well, they need to continue with these jarring CT aggressions. You see this time doing it. Molly jiggle combo over towards B main. Monacy also starting to edge over for a pick, so they're looking for info.
So dynamic. Will Immer be ready for this? He's holding that sliver gap. He's just fallen off. That's a hard shot to go for. Wasn't too far off. It whistles past the nose of Immer.
They know where the AWP is now. Do they try and respond to put pressure on towards this A site? They're regrouping. They have baskets control.
Okay, next, big test ahead of you here. And he's got Nico in support. You can see a lot of communication for G2.
And Hooksy's not too far away either. Hooksy even has a HE, a flash, and a molly.
Nade forward. And a forward stance from the defense, ahead of any flashbangs. The nade on the smoke. It's about to be a bloodbath! Nexa with 4! Unbelievable spray! Sends Na'Vi back to spawn, tail between their legs.
Right now, a bit sheepish at Na'Vi. They're being herded around the map by G2. All these little aggressions, they're making it uncomfortable. You never just get the control you're looking for, and I wonder if this flicks a switch. I wonder if we see a NAVI timeout before the next gun round, and they try and just go with tempo, with pace, as it is just wonderful to try and retain this AWP. They're attempting to cut him off with the pass. He would love to be able to hold this, but...
Oh my God, they're hunting him.
And this is perfect, the fact that they're doing it together.
Yeah, the Bloodhounds partner up, nose to the ground, looking to take him down. Hooksy, he will be a victim to the AWP. Has Wonderful gotten away with this? He just rounds the corner. The whole squad are hot on his trail, but I think Wonderful has done enough, and he gets away with it. That could be a difference maker. Another round for G2 though, Chad.
Well, you want to try and set up... we'll check this one out again. Beautiful stuff, right? The two of them, again, just staying active, getting in the face, not allowing the execute to play behind it. They're the ones making sure that they're ready to take those duels.
And you can attest, don't you feel a fool when you clear the smoke and you're the one that gets owned?
Just these eyes with big guns staring straight at you.
Yeah.
You don't even look in the right way. Well, you've got to say, oh, run boost.
Go on. Oh, we might go Dark Peak. This could be spicy. Wonderful, looking for a quick pace change, looking to make impact with an opener. Smoke obscures his view. He'll have to think of another plan, a tut of his tongue as he backs away. Hunter with a early spray, doesn't connect.
All-on-all action.
It's a strong angle, Wonderful. Down and out. It's m0NESY in the feed first. The AWP, the potency, neutered. Progression, Hooksy, aggressive. This is brutal. Bomb, gone. Imet, next victim for Hooksy. He's got bullets to spare. I say that, maybe he doesn't. He calls upon Hunter. 5 alive for G2 to continue this run.
Yeah, and you can see how desperate that was from Wonderful, right? The opening pick towards Dark was their way in. He had the AWP on his own. Bit had to head on over late to pick that up, and m0NESY getting fired up now. This is starting to look like a very, very tidy CT half. And the fact it's consecutive. Remember, the way we got here was off the back of a timeout. And speaking of timeouts, now we'll see one from Blade. As discussed, when the guns come back out, do we see a pace change, more direct play from NAVI? These defaults are being forced, being pushed. So if you were hoping to play out the map, bait out utility, Hooksy has an awful lot of answers.
G2 certainly do. And we see Blade on the mic. Blade and Bit, the only remnants of the NAVI of Stockholm. And the timeout called, the first for them.
Fans reminding us of some of the G2 victories with Hooksy at the helm.
Yeah, they haven't got an empty cabinet.
No, definitely helping Nico etch his name in the history books.
Yeah, but the elusive Major, Chad.
Oh, well, you'd love a third crack at it, wouldn't you? This time against Carrigan and Rain.
Oh, come on.
All right. Well, the weapons are out. NAVI took the timeout. What is going to be the change? Billy smokes towards B. Honestly trying to set them up for aggression with those flashes. Imet needs to find a fight.
He's looking for one. He has eaten that flashbang. That's a full duration white screen. How has he still not seen him? They don't clear him. And 3 in the feed for NAVI. Off the back of the timeout. Blade's call takes a slice out of the G2 defense. It's got to be curtains for this round, unless Nexa comes alive again on A. This anchor grounds NAVI.
m0NESY needs to get activated somehow. There's so many question marks right now for G2 in this round. Sure, Nexa's made it somewhat interesting, but if he goes down, it's over. And yeah, there it is. So Alexi will sweep through middle, clear out that problem. But where's m0NESY gotten off to? That's the next question for NAVI.
He's in so much trouble, but m0NESY's having a look.
It's on the timing.
This is what he loves.
I'll be able to squeeze through a gap. Oh, scope hurt, I'm sure.
Oh, he's a dead man. Yeah, the late lurk out of Imet seals the deal. NAVI, off the back of the timeout, return to their winning ways. It was a run from G2, and Alexi going to be very happy with that one. This is T-side and Nubis, Chad. You already set the bar around 4.
Yeah, they've managed to hit that. So if G2 can continue to push the issue and grab a couple more, they're going to be happy moving in towards halftime. But thus far, NAVI with 6 to their name. At least tied the half. We've had pretty decisive rounds on either side. It hasn't been a tussle. There hasn't been any crazy clutches needing to come into play. No huge heroics just yet.
Yeah, the Nexa double did get me a little excited.
Well, here's the m0NESY A main AWP yet again.
Okay, well, let's see how well-trained Bit is. A lot of the most proficient riflers in the world love to play this role. And he's got the info, and a leg shot onto Wonderful. NiKo, electric from Alexi. Loses his head, and now, ooh, m0NESY eats the flash, the quick panic from the rotation. You can see 3 players just magnetized to mid off of Alexi's find.
You have to push extremities now. You can't just bunker down on towards the sites. Losing middle puts so much pressure on the CTs. G2, you just hope to block with the U2. You've actually held on to a decent bag, couple smokes, couple mollies.
You talk about the importance of middle. NiKo's going to be frustrated to have conceded that one.
That was that head-to-head against Alexi I was discussing.
Yeah. Let's see what m0NESY can cook up here. They're clearing. And saw another damage, but no frag. That's 2 tags.
Just him here.
From m0NESY, the whole squad barreling towards the AWP, and Alexi just handing out haircuts to G2.
The entire round essentially on his shoulders right there, and he's going to be kicking himself. The fact that Wonderful and JL are both walking a little bit funny. The problem is they're still walking.
Yeah, their hearts are beating, and for G2, you might have to just put the fishing rod in the water, see if anything comes your way.
Well, this is what they like to do in a lot of these retake rounds. They hang around, they try and be a little bit of a nuisance. If somebody from NAVI will make a mistake, then they could justify a retake. But if you lose all these rifles, it will spell trouble for the remainder of this half. And well, speaking of remainder, there'll just be 1 round left.
He heard the dismount there. Alexi's communicating, and he wants to try and twist the knife. He's being baited in by Bit spam, plays the fade, and now Hunter looks away. They are coming for these rifles. They want to take it all away from G2. They want to make this hurt. Well, there's a trajectory that implies Beach is occupied. They all get away. G2 preserved 3 rifles, but it's a 7th round for NAVI's T side.
Yeah, okay. Holding on to their goods, making sure that there aren't going to be any emissions within the buy. Plenty of cash for everybody to get out what's required. Is there enough to get the AWP in the hands of m0NESY? I'd say so. The Des discussed the stats for Alexi. Not being great, being pretty miserable. Well, I think it's a good time for the in-game leader to have a good game on his birthday, no less.
There tends to be volatility in an IGL frags.
Yes.
You know all about that.
That's for sure. There's no question mark. But Alexi could definitely have pop-off games. Well, I think that previous gun round where Imma able to get behind them is muted the CT aggression, at least for now.
NiKo doesn't shy away from a spam. Now this combo of smoke and molly will force his hand. He'll have to play back. We'll see. This time he's in the right place. Will he find lethality? These leg shots were insufficient. And oh, wonderful! Oh, and a second, he builds the round and then tears G2 down. Click of his mouse, only Hunter and JL ready for it. Comfortable on the semi-final environment. An 8th round for NAVI secured. I say that as I still see NiKo edging closer.
Well, they have to.
He's given it a go.
Final round of the half.
But there's nothing here for you. There is absolutely nothing here for you but misery and another death in the column. A nade to the face puts him down. 4 frags in this half from NiKo. He makes it 5. Time ticks. Support arrives. Nexa with a kit and a smoke, maybe. Alexi B has locked it in for the 8th, and there we have it. Wonderful. Sensational. And 8.
That shot that he hit on m0NESY must have been something. m0NESY shot first, gets him through the wall, headshot, follows up with the second. That essentially secures it. But the people of the Royal Arena have been hard at work as well, apparently. Having fun on their Saturday evening.
Yeah, I don't think any Counter-Strike fan could think of a better way to spend a Saturday. At Counter-Strike 2's first major in a sold-out stadium, watching Counter-Strike like this.
What did Bank say, 16,000 people?
16,000, dude.
We'll take a moment to pause. 8-4 on the half. G2 can pick up the pistol. They can work with the 4. Here's that shot from Wonderful. Oh, Just working with the legs.
Oi.
And quick into the second on Hooksy, a fantastic trade. JL, we didn't have to say his name an awful lot, but he's been having a great tournament, and I guess that is a very positive sign for NAVI. Here we go. This is a through, U-tilt for Nexa. Dual Berettas in the hands of Imma with a smoke, and they're going quick towards middle. JL.
Oh, drop. You'll hear this and lose his head.
But it's a fake. It's a fake. The bomb's still middle.
The
bomb's still going to
middle. It will force a rotation. Is he expecting this? Alexi. Oh, what a shot! Takes down the bomb. Info flows. Big one from JL. A double kill onto the G2 star.
Oh, this gets awkward now for G2. Do you go A or B?
Hunter's in. He'll be getting the bomb down. Smoke towards A main. Maybe Wonderful can catch a timing through it as he punches in the code. No one's looking. He's already through. Up towards the pillar. Hunter, a quiet game. Him and Nico, the cousins. The Kovac cousins, and now only Nico. A 1 versus 2 to set the tone. It's wonderful again. A double kill to give NAVI the edge in the first map of the semi-final.
Well, the Des discussed the head-to-head. Wonderful. Monacy, 2 names for the future, playing on the major stage now. And Wonderful with impact from the tail end of the half now into the pistol round, 9-4. The bomb goes down. So for G2, the round salvaged. We'll check this out again. That was a great shot from Alexi because the bomb gets tossed forward immediately. JL with some bangers, and Wonderful just with the icing on top of the cake. JL getting fired up about that one. As mentioned, the bomb went down. Hunter secured that. We know that means rifles. An AK, some Galils, a MAC-10, a Deagle in the hands of Nexa, and some util to work with.
The scoreline, it may look alarming. But this is T-side Anubis, this is G2.
But this is an all-in shove. If you don't make this one work, it's going to be 10 to NAVI. You don't keep it close, you don't get another plant. Likely 11 before we see G2 buy again.
What are you doing here, Hooksy? He's going for a bit of a crazy one. Through the smoke into Imma. One hell of a frag. Alexi claws it back, keeps it level. Pressure applied, nades in the sky. Wonderful's here. Has he got another? He spots them over the smoke, so do they. Limited vision. Monacy versus Wonderful. Does it continue? It's Monacy's turn. Nico another. This force bite. It's found legs. It's found its footing. They're into the site. Hunting through the flames is Hunter. That's his second frag, Chad, but it sealed the round.
Damn. Hunter, we were saying a big game player at the start of the series, and only 2 kills. It's very, very quiet. A bit likely to try and retain this M4, but that's exactly what we were discussing. If G2 weren't able to break through, the half was going to get dire. Now, there's a real chance to start the conversation. They just have to deal with this save and whatever NAVI are able to invest into the next.
And you have to admire Hooksy there.
Well, yeah, he knew he had to take a bit of a risk, right? Coming through the smoke, catches them on enough timing, breaks the way in towards B, opens the door, and then his team comes through and follows through. So 9-5, a 4-round gap. What's available to come around this A1S? Just going to be the pistol upgrade, so nothing crazy. Deagle for JL, 5.7s in the mix.
These can be some of the most scary rounds though, Chad.
Wow, with the smokes in play, it depends on how quickly G2 want to operate within this round. NAVI are going to try and block them and push them in towards the stacks. Lick of nade damage on top. JL will have to back away a bit on top of the boost. See if we can catch them. Well, he's seen enough of that.
This is where you do, as you said, have to try and keep track of those smoke grenades. If you run down the clock a little too much, if you're a little too cautious, time can get away from you. Proactivity and a double molly.
Standard protocols to clear out these close corners. Mid completely secure. Hooksy leading the charge again with the MAC-10 in hand. Mid could be the difference maker.
Oh, Nexa, that's a fumble. He's lost out on the opening duel.
They can't really react off the back of it either. Look where the bomb is.
Look how much space he's got. He hears Alexi here.
Might have been spotted on the jump.
It's possible, through the glass, yeah. Alexi's holding this line. If you try the smoke, you're going to be at a 2-man disadvantage.
Oh, this is tough for G2.
This is really uncomfortable now. Hooksy, how good's your clear, bro?
180 degrees. You never want to push through a position like that. Well, having to reassess within this mid-round. A player down, so many unknowns, 40 seconds time against you.
And the rifle was seen B. Regardless, the call is made. 30 seconds, Hooksy to lurk late. And down goes Alexi, that's a big find. He went looking for answers and he just gets bullets. Oh, and there's just one efficiency from m0NESY. Wonderful back, Hooksy flanking, Imez gone, and G2 with 14 seconds to spare.
2 rounds in a row where Hooksy has been able to find impact. Sure, not the craziest of kills, but the way that they changed the shape of what could have unfolded, great job from the Danish in-game leader. Keeps G2's head afloat, because that was worrisome. The clock was ticking. If they didn't have to worry about the mid to B split, right? The rotation from Alexi could have been there. Right. Bit and Ima could have kept their attentions towards Dark as well as B main.
So just by virtue of not pushing into Temple, Hooksy gave them something to work with.
Yeah, good stuff from Hooksy. Well, 2 rifles to be retained as JL and Wonderful both been able to pick up some prize possessions. G2 claw ever closer. It's a 3-round game now, working back into things, but it's still not going to be an easy round. There'll be some pistols that can be dropped. Right, it was Bit who saved the rifle in the previous. That means that Wonderful and JL, not only do they get upgraded to rifles, they still have the residual pistols. So there's 4 booby traps at a minimum to deal with as you move into the next round of play. So they're going to have to do this the tough way, G2. These aren't going to be easy. They're not going to be given to them. It'll be more tough decision making. And this shot from m0NESY, check this one out. Bang! Bit in a power position. The molly would have done the job, but the bullet did first. NAVI will be feeling quite happy that they still have a chance to contend for this round. But this is a little bit more direct. Take a look at the pieces on the radar. G2 moving in one direction as a unit. It's not the default spread. They want to try and go for a bit more of an uppercut finish. Good block on the smoke. If an info play comes out for NAVI now, they can understand where the finish could be likely. Sticking to the gun, sticking to the call. And NAVI are gambling.
Incorrectly. Full exec, look at this. Everything, single spot, a smoke, a Molotov. It's diligent, it's clinical, it's beautiful. It's definitely Counter-Strike, and it's going to lead to a full cleared sight 5v5.
Well, the conversation changes. Damage on the agenda for NAVI now. How many of these rifles can they take away? How much financial impact can they inflict on G2?
You have to strike a balance, right? You don't want to be giving away anything to these CTs. But m0NESY, he's happy to go looking. Doesn't really have support here, and JL loses his rifle. m0NESY going around the world. Bit spotted. Look how sharp this kid is. He's not scared, he's not shy. Takes down some of the rifles they hope to bring through to the next.
I could have used a couple of those, really. Only 2,400 is the loss bonus coming into this one. We'll have to see how they make the buy work now, V, and how that's going to limit their options on this CT side. But m0NESY continuing to show that fantastic form. Getting fired up. This is what his dreams were all those years ago, but now he's on the big stage, on the major stage. You know what it takes to lift a big trophy, but not a major trophy, and he'd love to get himself in that grand final.
You know, for him as well, just a trophy in the game.
Well, take a look there. There's Kenny S in the crowd. He made a tweet before this game went live, agreeing with the desk, the head-to-head, this wonderful m0NESY matchup could be a deciding factor. I think he said would be the deciding factor for who picks up this series.
Well, he knows very well about orbs and head-to-heads. Likely a large inspiration to some of the Orpus of today.
Alexi taking the bitter pill of the FAMAS. The rest are going to get some tidy rifles in their hands, and even Wonderful's AWP in the mix. The same can't be said for m0NESY.
This is aggressive. Look at JL. There's no way they're ready for that. Hooksy blindsided by an aggressive JL.
Feels like they're forced in towards B. They have to go.
They know there's less players here. He's gone pushing. A nice shot from Wonderful. Takes down Nico. Bit another. Nexa, the difference maker. He's found the double. Extinguish required. Wonderful under scrutiny. Just a Glock. No reload. Can he really do more? Go on, Nexa. Triple kill as G2 1 kill away from making this a one-round game. The impact we've seen from G2's newest addition here in the semi-final is already impressing. A fake plant in there. He's had a strong game so far. A winnable clutch and plenty of time. Now, he heard the plant. The smoke will fade. Another one takes its place, this time on main. Hoping to be overlooked. Hoping for a misstep from these two. That time limits his options. The crossfire is strong, the weapon is perfect. Nexa, a 4th kill! Incredible work from Nexa.
Was that a 2v5? It all happened in the blink of an eye. Was that a 2v5 that they just pulled off?
Wonderful gets another on jail, Bit gets another one. I think you're onto something.
It was just a brawl. Quick. It was just an absolute biff on B, right? But it all just quickly fell back in the face. Look at this. So Wonderful Bit, yeah, 100% a 2v5. Right, because it was just deathmatch. Well, this is where you want to put them. Nexa and m0NESY in a bit of deathmatch to pull out a 2v5, a massive round to win.
Unbelievable work.
And that's a tempo setter. That's NAVI trying to dictate the pace of the first gun round. We were talking about the CT aggressions, G2 doing the same thing. But look, we've had both of these teams in first gun rounds have number advantage situations, but that was a 2v5. That was nowhere near the same as what G2 were dealing with. There's an opening pick and a dink. That's all they had off their aggressions. That's huge, and this is as well. HooXi continues to be a menace towards this B site.
So now you've got the advantage. It's about how you finish.
Well, they should be able to tie things up 9-9, no question about that. Just going to be some pistols they have to get past.
Yeah, and understandably, NAVI want to just hedge their bets, right? You want to put these pistols together, strengthen numbers.
G2 on a bit of a roll right now.
I mean, who isn't going to be invigorated when you see Nexa pulling off plays like that? He didn't even bother to reload. He knew there was an AWPer in a smoke panicking. And he ran at it with a Glock, a nade from his teammate. It was a beautiful sequence from G2.
Oh, how quick it was. They were the ones under pressure, and they're the ones applying pressure.
There's something for Alexi to work with, and the bomb is maneuvering towards him, but he has no support. And he has no head. m0NESY makes him dead. It is getting problematic here for NAVI. This is going to be a 9-9 game. This T side is flying for G2.
Difficult for JL to overstay as well from there again. Lost bonus built now. NAVI, of course, getting into a buy into the next. It's be a damage, saving weapons, but I feel like G2 are now in control of the game. This is going to be a 5-round streak with m0NESY and Nexa. You mentioned the newest edition. Let's call him the newest old edition. The Vulcan Brotherhood reunited on the march to another major final.
Yeah, they've been there before, though.
Yeah, against NAVI.
No less.
Back in Stockholm. That's where they had that loss, a 2-0. NAVI, a completely different looking roster. Bit and Blade, the only two that reside.
Speaking of Bit.
Cleaning house, just JL. G2 tying things up.
Friends turned enemies.
Look at the smile on his face.
He was built for stages like these.
That's the infectious joy of a kid who gets to play on Counter-Strike's biggest stages, just having fun.
Both of them, both of them. But m0NESY has the edge right now. It's undoubted.
We still haven't had any crazy tussles of rounds. I would say that is probably one of the first, really, that looked like it was going one way and then ended up the other. A real back and forth. The 2v5 is now the buy again. Himmer having to operate with a FAMAS after that hero M4 in the previous. Couldn't make a dent with it whatsoever, and here he comes again. HooXi, the king of Canal.
He's not going to try again, is he?
Oh, why the hell not?
He's got an Imez number. And surely Imme, yeah, he's wise to this. Look at his crosshair placement. He is ready for the HooXi. Oh, but he holds his nerve, holds his spray. Full white screen. Imme gets away with 10 HP. The nade, the flame. He could go down here. They fumble it. It's actually the nade from Hunter that does its work. They managed to throw that in from B side. Outside B main, they catch him on the retreat. So it makes it a 4-on-4. Wonderful searching. Doesn't want to overstep the line, doesn't want to step into the line of fire of m0NESY. He's not there. It's Nexa in a safe spot for now.
Well, they're hitting the pause. They're waiting for these CT reaggressors at G2 after they've levered up the field. Still enough utility to go for the execute. And there's a little bit of a gallivant from the CT. Starting to take a look towards middle. Nexa lobs one high in the sky. JL will have an awful lot of information.
Well, that's an intimidating set of smokes. A wall erect on B now, and Wonderful turns his attention. Oh, the timing, it was there. Nexa, he will convert. Dispatches of Wonderful, bomb to be planted, Bits rotation about to be cut down, the pre-fire. He still doesn't hit it. Maybe there's something to be said here. G2 defending it. The cousins at arms, it's Nico and Hunter. Double swing! And a double kill! It's all onto Alexi! He knows where they are. He has the kit. How can he isolate these duels? He's got 19 bullets, everything he needs. Do they double swing? It's going to be Nico down first. Hunter knows it's planted for him. Does he swing off the nade? Jiggle bait! Alexi B has done enough. He disrupts the cousins and takes the 10th by 4. How have they let that one slip?
I'm pretty sure he's shot before the commit from Hunter. Takes the duel. The moment getting the better of him, and the birthday boy picks up a big one.
It's planted for Dark.
Next up, a great round from him. You think even at the third there, that pre-fire does come back to cost him. Hunter with a great round as well, putting the pressure. There was the nade, there was some shots, and then Hunter with the commit. Thought he could get the better of him, just had to play the clock. A bit of a fumble there from G2 with the number advantage.
They just go straight back in, dude. The emotions are rattling around in their skull as we play on.
Is that the lifeline for NAVI to get back into things? Pistol forced by loss, and now a gun round. An unlikely gun round. G2, they've been marching through this half. More than enough money to get themselves out of full buy. They win this one, they put NAVI back in a hole. Those type of mistakes in MR12, those echoes, those regrets, see if it comes back to bite them. Default spread from G2. AWP being called back off the line. HooXi moving his pieces around. m0NESY scooping up that bomb. Outside B, Hunter again. Next up, looks like a similar round in terms of the individuals. HooXi didn't have the successes. We see the smoke and mirrors being blown open. JL clears top middle. How do you feel like they're hedging on an A play? Look at the radar.
Ooh, you're right. It's only Ima here. Bit's going to start searching, but is it a little too late? They're held at bay. Good smoke.
They can nade it open and go.
Ima repositions and a great spam. He's found Nico. Hope and a prayer from m0NESY. Look what they're cooking on the flank. He's just trying to keep him busy. Ima, outrageous double. They have the man advantage here, and the m0NESY plant is important. Extends clock. G2 now defending. Their bomb plant. HooXi might not be ready. Oh! How has he done that? Great headshot. It is the 3-on-3. m0NESY as well can work some magic here. Great flash. Oh, spotted out by Bit. They're going to overwhelm him. JL's done well there. Next, a fight in tooth and nail. Knows where they both are. It all falls to HooXi. One, but not two. Bit will steal another away, and G2 now surely on the verge of collapse.
Back-to-back clutches. Those are the difference makers. NAVI, they brawl their way into that. Ima, a mammoth task. He was the only defender of that B bomb site. HooXi with the kill onto Alexi. You think it buys space. The spam through. Nico goes down. The tip of the spear, the follow through. The fact he knows he needs to make a play. Brilliance. And then Bit into the AWP for the trade. Immediate. And Alexi's happy with that one.
I'm no body language expert, but that was almost surprise on Alexi's face. They pulled it off. An 11th. CT side rounds on Anubis. They come at a premium. And here comes m0NESY. Oh, no!
Lightning fast from m0NESY.
As quick as a flash, he takes down two. The round has only just begun, but already NAVI in jeopardy. At the hands of m0NESY.
Well, how do they get back into this one? A minute and 25 seconds to find out.
Just when you think G2 are out, it's m0NESY just pulling them right back in.
You want to play heads-up Counter-Strike against the kid, he's quick, we talk about it. And after the hard work of the 1v1s, that means the finances haven't been able to build for NAVI. This is an important round if they decide to go for it.
Well, Wonderful's going to be tested here. Sure, m0NESY, he's fast. He's impressive. Can Wonderful match his output? It's one! It's not easy! It's not simple! And two will do. Enough to get the plant for G2. There's no way back in. You can't surely give this a go. Alexi, Bit, Chad's talked about the finances. They're looking at the abacus and they're realizing there's just not enough.
And the crowd knows what that means. G2 hit double digits. A one-round game once more. Well, that's all m0NESY. Wonderful, tried to be that disruptive force. He did fantastic. He hit double of his own, but it's just too much. G2 didn't over-push the issue. They took their time. They traded him out somewhat efficiently. You can see his corpse there laid on the side. They'll even be able to throw that AWP away. Don't want to allow it to blow over into the hands of NAVI.
Oh man, I was convinced G2 were in the bin. And then m0NESY hits him with that. We're going to see that one again in the replay. This is just poetry in motion. Charging down the canals, thinking you've got the edge, and then m0NESY's AWP, quick as that. Converted now by G2. We've got a one-round game, folks. Bang! Smoke, flash, doesn't matter. Irma leaping out the window. Wonderful gave it a good go. One more would have done it, or at least had them interested, but the nade, it sealed his fate. A one-round game.
They haven't gone all in here. Wonderful's actually brought out a scout. We'll see if he can get it done with the lighter option. Gonna need to be tagged or headshots because m0NESY can just hit the body. Alexi in the dirt B. Under fire. There's an A-main push. Nexa under pressure.
This is promising. He's anticipating it. But Bit, he's sharp. Converts an important frag, keeps it level. That's another from Irma.
Map's just shrunk for G2. They're in a box. This would be one way for NAVI to get 12. It was a brutal and broken buy. It wasn't a full investment.
Half of them don't even have Kev. Irma's done that without.
A scout.
How is this falling apart? m0NESY to bail them out. He misses the shot. The imposter. And it's Hunter. Only one left. JL with the triple. They had nothing. A couple of pistols, a rifle or two. And just like that, it's NAVI with two opportunities to take the first map of this semi-final.
The type of rounds they've been able to win on this CT side, those are the ones you can't bank on. You can't bank on winning back-to-back clutches. You can't bank on getting it done with a couple of saved rifles and a scout upgrade. Immo went from hero to losing a frag to hero again.
Yeah, the B site so far, it's Immo's domain.
And that was with the m0NESY opener.
Yeah.
So that push from Bit onto Nexa, as I said, it shrunk the map. So much pressure, and they were just condemned. And it's NiKo and Hunter, the final two remaining. And those two have been having the toughest time for G2. Those two are the players that you should be able to turn towards to bail you out of bigger problems.
Now, from an IGL perspective, Alexi knows he's got two opportunities, right?
Last time he tried the aggression, they ran into m0NESY. They want to try something like that again. Doesn't look to be the case early out the gates. m0NESY again posting up with the AWP. Three-player B start from NAVI.
Lurk smoke A main deep. That forces a decision out of Bit immediately. NiKo cooking early. Look at this, side by side.
Ahead of the smoke. That might catch JL off with the timing. They're already through the doors. NiKo, an opener for you right now would be massive.
That smoke's got him worried. And this gap,
this
gap, they've manufactured this gap to perfection. NiKo takes down Bit. One more to find. JL cowering at the back of the site. He's covered out. What? They don't find him. m0NESY does. Into the A site, and one hell of a call.
Back into save territory for NAVI, but Hunter, the namesake, already up close, already ready to rip this out of their hands. Wonderful. And Alexi, white knuckle grip right now.
To find a gap like that.
Yeah, that is wild. It's a crazy call. They took the timeout and they just walked two players. It was NiKo and Hunter straight through middle. They literally just power walked through middle.
And in JL's mind,
smoke.
He smoked it
and they're respecting it.
Yeah, they're worried about mid. They're worried about A main rather. Huh. Well, the hunt is on.
Another tag from Honesty's AWP.
Yeah, he's had enough of those, that's for sure.
Alexi going to get away with an upgrade into an AK. I wonder if we should be able to retain this AWP. One more round and we go to overtime. This is how you want to kick off a semi-final.
Feels like we've been given the gift of just incredible games here. The first major on the new Source 2 engine, and it feels like these games, they just deliver, they pack a punch, they consistently surpass expectations. But this can still end in regulation, chat.
Well played. He's taken the 30 seconds, the last tactical timeout, and see him right now with my very eyes pacing back and forth, looking directly at Alexi's screen. A conversation to be had of how they can close this down. He saved AK and saved AWP. What type of purchases are they going to be able to bring into the round behind them? MP9 for JL, Silenced M4s for Bit and Imma. Plenty of util kits are in play. We're going to lock horns with everything both teams require. G2 win this, we go to overtime. NAVI pick it up 13-11. Heartbreak on G2's map choice as we turn to nuke map number 2.
1 minute 55, anything can happen. Every decision further towards victory or defeat. m0NESY on the scope.
They're really going to tussle with Imma. He's had impact over towards this side of the map. Sure, he's been pantsed a few times. Needs to harass. Not going to hit the mark. Oh, Alexi's taking the MP9 out of JL's hands.
Yeah, he's chosen to play close. They could overlook this. He's playing for this exact angle. They've run straight past him. Hooksy onto Imma, but they're not ready for Alexi. One and done. Hunter, with Hooksy's help, is looking to secure overtime. It's Nico, another. And wonderful. An impossible task.
Bomb down, 1-on-4, AWP retake at the B site. Kit, util, everything you could hope for, but 4 ferocious individuals wanting to push this to OT. Good luck, Wonderful.
Yeah, good luck, have fun. No fun for Wonderful here. m0NESY, he's running at it with a Zeus. In a semi-final, he wants to rub it in. He wants to get in to the head. And it's going to be Nico to put him down. Overtime secure. This semi-final needs more rounds. Map 1.
Hooksy putting on a show today, giving us the entertainment we deserve on this Saturday night.
Entertainment's right, Chad. Entertainment. This is high-octane Counter-Strike through and through. Imma's arrived to this semi-final. He held down that B-bomb site.
The ball's on m0NESY, right? I understand they have such a number advantage.
Let's get it going.
A T-stairs smoke looks like it's forced out a responsive Molotov towards A main, making sure they can't push, they can't set the tone, but next up, he investigates off the back of a flash. Bit finds the opener.
That's very impressive find from Bit as the A anchor to play such a forward stance, a risk, a gap. And he's the one to profit despite the flash. Nexa gone, forced to watch as this 4v5 transpires.
When you think about this Anubis match between these two teams, we've been talking about all the proactive nature of the CTs. It's like a chessboard with the back and forth movements that both of these teams have been opting for. They have this space, we can go here. This is the gamble. We want to try and pressure this side of the map. Both of them have been throwing in the aggressions where necessary. G2 responding with a number disadvantage. Pressure towards the B site.
I think they missed the smoke, Chad. I think they missed the smoke. m0NESY, they'll use a Molotov instead. He's posted on the angle. They're swinging through, gliding into the site, disrupted by JL. One back from Nico, a clear from the smoke. m0NESY was posted, hold on. It's Alexi B cleared, big from Hooksy. 3v3, they've managed to stabilize. This bomb can go down, the rotation coming through. There is a flank being cooked by Bit, who started with the frag. He found the opening engagement. m0NESY's checking it.
He's dropped the bomb, he wants someone else to plant.
Yeah, but they've already swung through. They're walking up. Safe plant. Bit flanking, nice from Nico. It's the flank though from Bit. A 2-on-2, a very high-stakes game. Smoke, maybe not a kit. I have to find one. Good damage, NiKo trying to back himself. It's bit onto NiKo. Hooksy can't do anything, and NAVI take round one.
Starting with the opener on a CT round on Anubis. They'll be happy to close that one out. Wonderful delivery, m0NESY the same. NiKo starting to activate the later this game goes, and maybe Hunter can find his form. 2 more rounds in this first half of OT. Here's the opener, so flashed in, Bit not worried whatsoever. JL as well able to disrupt on the way in, but m0NESY not ready for the big flank of Bit, so impact from him.
Huge round from Bit. He started that round and he most definitely finished it.
They could see how G2, they didn't really have any space. Even though they had full side control, they didn't have Dark, they didn't have main. So it was quite claustrophobic on the side. Again, this early B pressure, just really wanting to harass. This time, Hunter, the point man, will be mollied back, so exchange on either side of the server. Really just harassing. They want to bait out as much utility as possible.
m0NESY Molotov back. Spot out from NiKo. They know where the AWP is. A smoke exchange.
Been a lot of that in this round already, and there's still 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, so pressure felt everywhere for NAVI.
NiKo, he tried his luck and he's left wanting. 10 HP on NiKo.
Even though he doesn't have the space, NAVI think he does. He applied so much pressure there, they have to come back for a re-clear. Yeah, MVP of Wonderful can hold on towards A. Bit and JL can now start to posture forward and clear out closed doors.
Azime got another one in him. It's Alexi flashed into the fight. m0NESY on the AK. NiKo gave it to him. He trusted him. And instead, it's Bit and Imme. Look how fast this is. JL, he's got NiKo's number. Hunter feeling the pressure if he can try and get away. He's boxed in. Punching in the code. They're tightening the noose. 3 from every angle. There's no way out of this one. JL secures it, and NAVI defending a second round already.
This is impressive from both teams, but obviously right now as we put the microscope under NAVI, as quick as they lose space, they've taken something back. And it's not allowing Hooksy and the boys to execute freely because NAVI know it's coming. And they're also trying to play ahead of the play or have more than enough numbers available to deal with it. These flanks, these kills through the smoke, Imme again just being an absolute nuisance. Smoke fades, Wonderful's there, next it goes down. Hunter has to worry about 360 degrees. There's no way out of that, and G2 need a round going into the second half of OT.
Yeah, and this is when those couple of fumbles, those flubs from regulation may haunt you, as well as the knowledge that Alexi B, he calls a good game up against his ex-team. It's a one and done. JL, he'll find one as well, so call it 4v4.
Head of the smoke.
Yeah, Wonderful. This is very aggressive. Despite the flash, he's going to play with some sheer aggression, calculated aggression, mind you. No HP is meaningless in the AWP head-to-head. He's playing this angle with conviction. He's playing it with confidence. Ahead of the smoke. And m0NESY down. It's a big find. Wonderful, trying to keep the sheet clean on this CT side. Do you really want to peek into me again, he says. Cower in fear. Wonderful is here. 19 frags. G2 yet to post a T round, their last chance to do so. Smoke achieves nothing in the early stages. They're not ready for Wonderful. He racks up another. Damage inflicted. A little nade could do the job, but repositions. Hunter's nade finds one, the 1v3. Alexi B, edge of the smoke, seals the deal. One more, says JL.
That's the hard work done. That is the hard work done right there, and the NAVI fans absolutely love it. 3 rounds on the CT side of Anubis in overtime where the pressure gets turned up a notch. And the big game players struggling to find their feet. You're hoping to get the difference makers to be your hunters, to win out your clutches, your Nico, to obliterate with a multi-kill round. Well, m0NESY and Nexa are the ones who won the 2v5.
Yeah.
And now to look down the road, have the discussion with your team, and say, boys, we need 3 rounds on one of the hardest sides of Counter-Strike just to push things to double overtime.
The outlook is bleak. G2 fans, they look like they've still got some morale. Wonderful and incredible round.
You could tell it was desperate there. In fact, HooXi's running back, throwing the heaven smoke, and then entering with the AWP. Nobody wanted to make the move, and HooXi's like, well, I guess I'll do it.
Well, that's the power of a good AWPer, right? You just see genuine fear in the movements, in the plays. Once he got one, the rest were almost set up for him. Here we go, folks. G2, they need 3 in a row, or NAVI will be 1 up in the best of 3. Aggression required. Himmer blinded. Space lost. Well, there's info. 2 have pushed B, says Imet.
This is how they opened up the CT side with the first gun round. m0NESY got the AWP pick over towards main, on towards bit. They pushed out B main. HooXi got the dink. It's a very, very similar setup. This time, no overreaction from NAVI with losing B main. Sure, long control in the remit of G2 for now. We know this is on a bit of a timer, more than happy just to hit pause and now rifle through their util. This boost is going to take Nico out of the play.
Yeah, and we saw mid gaps previously. Info on HooXi. MS still lingers outside B. Who's responsible for this mid hold? They're so concerned about A main. They have to address it from heaven. Next is giving it a look. m0NESY and Nico, the
35
of this show. They're ready to receive. It's all or nothing right here for G2. m0NESY, what have you got? Nico. Eat the flash. They're both blind. Nico, he stands tall. Delivers the double. It's not done. Nexa needs 1. Delivers. Down goes another. It's all onto JL. There's no time for him here. And G2, they pass test number 1. 2 more required. There was ways in which that could have gone wrong, Chad, but they do pass test number 1.
Yeah, and NAVI, they're going to take a timeout. You can see, if it was a B split, it feels like it would have been NAVI's round every day of the week. The hedge from G2. Nico with that double, looked like they were both going to be finding themselves in a whole lot of hot water over towards A main. It feels like both of these coaches have been finding success after the tactical timeouts. So will NAVI find their 16th? That's the question. I like the fact that they didn't rush things once G2 had taken information across the map and prodded them. They just sat, they waited, and they went later within the round. But this is it. This is the difference maker. 25 seconds on the clock as they come through main. The double, make it a triple, and Nexa does his job. Sets m0NESY up just to take the simple shot onto JL, who has to get a move on.
Yeah, the bait and switch on A main.
Well, here we go. Again, this is great from our ops team, highlighting an aggressive smoke. That one's going to land up towards Rugs, I do believe.
Well, that's going to limit his options. Bit maneuvers forward. HooXi aggressing. There is a Molotov. He's pushing. Extinguish and spray.
What a find.
Straight through the smoke. Are they expecting another? That flash. Ooh, his Nexus palms are sweaty.
Someone has to be the difference maker for G2 in this round. HooXi can pull the strings from the grave, sure, but it's the CT side. When the kills come their way, G2 need to step up with multis.
Alexi B pushing forward. Nico needs to be careful here. An audible reload. The Finn maneuvers closer. NAVI 4 frags away from taking map 1. Is it Imet to take the fight? Nico knows this angle like the back of his hand. Intermittent uncrouching. Slips back, Imet on the jiggle. The double peek is imminent. Alexi doesn't choose to do so. Nico falls off. It's a big one back.
Nexus on his own, he's stranded. The rotation's miles away.
He's still safe from cams. He repositions. Nico tucking into the A site now. Mid conceded. It's occupied.
It's time to pivot back towards the B site. m0NESY posted with the AWP is going to have company.
Head to head. Is it m0NESY? Is it his turn? Is it his time? Oh, falls away.
Timer on the main smoke. He had to back off.
What could have been? Well timed from Wonderful, taking the space, map control.
25 again, it's going to be another
it's
late
on the
hit.
seesaw, it hangs in the balance of 20 seconds. Every decision they make, is this Navi's map or do we need another round? m0NESY posted, is he safe? He nails it! JL gone, needs another, falling away, run down by Wonderful. 9 seconds! Wonderful surely done enough now! Taken down Hunt to the nade, it finds just a little bit of damage. Wonderful lives on. The double kill from Wonderful, and it's not gonna stop! 24 frags on the semi-final stage. It feels like it was the stage built for him. Under the lights, in front of 16,000 fans. Wonderful doing G2 dirty. With 15 seconds to play with, he walks into the site. He finds the triple kill, and he sends G2 down. NAVI, a map away from a major grand final.
Let's go, it's A. B. Out B. I'm doing cards, boys. One more. I'm not going. Please, no more. Coming CT, guys.
Yes, I'm playing close to temple.
Planting? I have got flash, you can
Planting
come
default.
CT.
Can you flash God flash? I'll pick stage.
Not right now. In a few seconds.
I'm going temple.
Is it smoke default, guys? Do you know?
It's faded.
D lobby one. I'm flashing. Flashing, wait. I'm flashing first here. Flashing God. Flashing.
Up side.
Up side, default. Up default.
Default. I have. You have HE.
Nice.
Come peeking.
Connect again, B main.
Last side.
B main on Maxi, boys. Nice! Nice! Boys!
Miha. Good shit on B, bro. Good shit on B.
Nice,
But guys, this is fucking good. We are at least doing something. Let's go, boys.
Quickly. Shoot it. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
NAVI stealing away G2 Esports' map pick and 1 game away now from the grand final here at the PGL Major. And I just want to get into looking at some of the things Wonderful did straight off the bat, because what a menace he was. So proactive, so round saving for his team at times.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we hyped up this kind of comparison between Wonderful and m0NESY, because these guys are absolutely insane, and Wonderful at this tournament has just come into his own. He bailed NAVI out so much, so frequently. Important kills, multi-kills. The op was on point today, and obviously closes out the map in style.
I mean, it's gotta be heartbreak, right? But the way we set it up, and we tried to doing this so many times when it comes to 2-star players on the team, especially operas, it's gotta be head-to-head. It was literally so many head-to-heads with the AWP, with Wonderful coming out on top, m0NESY coming out on top. Listen, I have rarely seen someone peek into m0NESY's crosshair with an AWP and rip his head off, right? So Wonderful rather, really coming into his zone, and absolutely the reason that NAVI were able to sneak this map away.
This round's crazy. Like he's low HP, and without the time running out to win the round. But look at this head-to-head comparison as well. Just, I mean, it's crazy to see this. I think they ended with 25 kills total on m0NESY, 24 on Wonderful. They were right there. Both these guys did everything, and unfortunately for m0NESY, his goes to waste.
Yeah, it went to waste. I mean, we can get into it in a second, Bless. Sorry, I cut you off there.
No, just that final round. I'm still reeling from that, right? Because m0NESY, he was in the perfect place, the perfect time. He was the reason that it even went to overtime for the side of G2, right? He was the backbone, so to speak. In the final round, he is in the perfect position and just oversteps just and it just goes a little too far, and the round just crumbles right there.
Yeah, tries to maybe do a little bit too much, but remember, he was basically hard carrying G2 throughout that map, and I think that's the kind of mindset you have to have if you're going to continue hard carrying. And I think, you know, he might not want to admit it to anyone, but I think in that moment he felt very much like if he didn't do something, they weren't going to win the round. That guy, m0NESY, was 10-1 in opening duels on that map, involved in 11 of them for G2, and that's with Nico on the team, who was 2023's opener of the year. Like, Nico wasn't providing anything in terms of the opening kills. It was all m0NESY everywhere on the map. Hard for NAVI to predict, and I mean, again, just it's got to be so brutal to put in that kind of an effort and lose the map.
Oh, it's frustrating for him, I'm very sure, but it's fantastic from Wonderful, and it's interesting because, correct me if I'm wrong, first when he came into NAVI, right, it's not that he was that proactive. He was a different player than Simple, obviously, but Blade could use him more as a chess piece, a bit more, you know, a waiting game, a little bit more. Now, he is evolving in front of our eyes, and he is able to do kind of a lot more things on the biggest stage, no less.
I mean, I believe Blade said in an interview himself, or was it Alexi B? He was like, we're giving way more freedom right now for this team to operate. It's been a while since this team's kind of coming together, where Alexi B had to orchestrate a lot of these moving pieces, so to speak. And sometimes, by the way, I go back to the new game they had against G2. Alexi B does kind of move these pieces around, but in maps like this, when he knows he's got individuals like Wonderful to work with, you need to give him the freedom, and that's why he kind of showed here.
I mean, I think the Simple point's a good one. Because he was replacing Simple, he got to fly a little bit under the radar, right? Like, nobody expected anything kind of out of him. Even the first few months with him and the team, it was kind of like lukewarm. It was sort of like, we see the skills. The skills are there. Question is, how long will it take to develop? Well, this is his coming out party. This CopenHagen Major is him just like showing, I've got it. I can be the next opera. And NAVI, they've got to be just jumping for joy. Not only did they get a sell m0NESY, not only did they have Simple on the team, but they've replaced him with another beast.
It's crazy. I mean, and he was so calm every time you saw him on the cam. He got 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill, 4 kills. Doesn't matter. Let's just go to the next round, guys.
And I just love the fact he's just over-peaking. It's fine. He's re-peaking into it. He's so confident that, listen, I can out-duel everyone in this server. Even though m0NESY's there, I can out-duel him. And it's just brilliant mentality for someone so young to have.
You got to talk about, though, I mean, a lot of this map came down, you know, if you focus on Wonderful, if we go away from him a little bit over to Alexi B, let's talk about some of the beautiful things NAVI did strategically on the map, because I think the T-side game plan, they did a really good job of whatever they did on the map. If it didn't work, they went back towards middle. They went right back at Nico in middle, and it worked more often than not. They had some space there to work with, and on the CT side, I think G2 got caught in a trap of focusing so much on the B bomb site, and NAVI was just like, it's fine. We're going to suck you in. We're going to let you come into this B bomb site. We're going to flank everywhere. They wrapped around. They dropped into canals. They wrapped around the B bomb site. It was beautiful.
And we got to say, when they wrapped around or when they went for the flank or for the lurk, they were more precise than G2 was for a lot of that game. And I think that comes back to that point you made about the opening kills that m0NESY does get. Also, Nexa, what a game from him. But it didn't matter because the pieces didn't work. Because some of these individuals are not having a game.
I think the G2 post plants are going to be, they were horrible in this.
Oh my
I think
God.
They were atrocious. Obviously, there's the easy one. There's the blown clutch from Hunter, which should never happen.
2v1, by the way.
I hope he's out getting some fresh air. Because he needs to take a couple deep breaths of that clean Copenhagen air and come back into this refresh, because he made some mistakes and had a really tough time finding impact in this
You
game.
said so much before we got into this. It should be G2. If I'm going to change one letter, and it's an M for the F.
Emma.
Emma. He, in the beginning of this game, he had so many question marks, but he was a big reason why I think Navi started off feeling so comfortable.
We picked a couple of players on both these two teams. We're talking about Hunter on the side of Hunter and Nico on the side of G2. We're talking about Emma and Jalen on the other side. I really like, look, of all these players, Emma is the one who's been struggling so far. We compare his stats as well when it came to the Paris major and this one. Here he delivered so much from the get-go. In the pistol, just running up ahead, taking these duels, finding so many impact kills. He didn't necessarily top frag. He didn't have the most, crazy moments like Wonderful did, but he was just in their faces, just running at them and playing with so much more confidence. Even this one particular round, right, he gets a first kill, flashes his way through into the smoke, prevents the plant from taking place, and he's like, I'm probably going to die, but screw it, I'm going for it. And this is lovely to see from someone who's been, to be fair, I've been hating on him as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give him props for this map. I think the key is like getting him started, as you said, on the right foot, helping him get out to that 5-0 start. I think he shot up to 10 or 11 kills pretty quickly. Rest of the game wasn't anything too crazy, but like you said, he found his moments, and when he had the opportunity to make a play, he didn't back away from it. He didn't shy out and play a little bit scared. He actually went for his plays and had some good impact down the stretch, even if the volume fragging wasn't there.
And especially when you have someone like, Wonderful is kind of clutching out all these crazy rounds. He seems to be the guy who's being the tip of the spear, so to speak. And for a team like Navi, I feel like you need that, right? When you have players like Bit maybe not feeling so comfortable, JL having a little bit of a quieter map, so to speak, someone like Emma stepping up to the plate. I think that's a great sign, and I feel it's going to be a win condition if Navi are able to pull off this upset.
Yeah, it was obviously really close because it went to overtime. I think Navi was head and shoulders above in that overtime, clearly, right?
Sure.
So you have to say this was relatively close. I don't feel that way, though, watching the game, because I had a lot more trust in Navi's retakes. I had a lot more trust, similarly, in their T rounds. I don't know. It just feels like they were playing much viscerally and with more trust.
This is I think the problem of being a G2 fan and wanting to see G2 win is because this is another one of those maps where you're like, they should have won this. They broke the second round after losing the pistol. They won a 2v5 like 2 rounds later. They recovered a 2v5. They had 2 really advantaged post-plant positions at the B bomb site, lost them both, clutches back to back. And I mean, just in general, looked for as much attention as they put on the B bomb site on their T side, they did not seem like the finishing play was at all comfortable for them. They did not seem they ever find comfort in a post-plant situation.
And this is also considering the fact that Nexa was having a lights-out game as well.
Yeah.
Someone we don't really look to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. I go back to the
Both
round.
guys under scrutiny on each team had fantastic games.
Actually, absolutely true. Which is so wild when it comes down to a stage and when the pressure's on. You're looking at someone like Nico. He was just getting outdealed by Alexi towards mid. Something you don't expect to see. We talk about him being the big game player, right? He didn't bring the big game here to the arena, which if it doesn't switch up on map number 2, it's a bit of a dunzo.
On their map pick, no less.
Yep.
Very strong from Navi, and Paula has a special guest, I hear.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home. Sometimes in esports, sports, cinema, music, whatever it may be, we are lucky enough to experience generational talents. I've had the absolute pleasure to personally introduce this next person in an arena once before. And I'm going to say exactly what I said then. Forget Counter-Strike. Forget esports. He might be the greatest gamer of all time. It's Simple! Simple, what are the vibes right now, mate? How is it for you to be standing on the stage?
I'm a bit nervous right now. Long time to see, guys. Long time to see.
Simple, Navi, 1-0 up in this series. Are they taking the whole thing?
Yeah. I mean, I think the map pool is really good for Navi right now, and I don't know why G2 decided to pick Anubis. And I feel like it's going to be confident 2-0 for Navi.
Simple. Final 2 questions. Firstly, are we going to see you on a stage, in a booth, playing again anytime soon?
I don't know.
Simple, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything that you'd like to say to this arena and our fans at home?
I love you guys. I love you.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home, give it up for one of the absolute GOATs. It's Simple!
We hope he comes back for sure. Before we get into the next map, which is Nuke, displayed, look at how beautiful it is. And of course, this is the newly launched Textra version of the display. As you can see, it's 3D holographic because of the special design that adds a lot of depth to it. You can also click the banner down below to see all available designs in this, but it's beautiful. Is it calming it down, or is it, what is it doing?
It's firing me up. It's the Odin's Ravens right there.
Oh, I was trying to ask you what it was before. You knew?
I knew.
He always has an ace up his sleeve. But wonderful displayed and wonderful on the server, not on purpose, of course.
And Alexi said he had aces up his sleeve for this game.
He did.
Hey.
I mean, one of his aces was apparently having Hooksy pick Anubis. I don't know. But we're going into Nuke now. And this was, of course, the map that they played when they played earlier on in the tournament.
Yep.
The one where G2 got a flying start, but Alexi B and Blade outbrained in the latter parts of that game. And that has to be sinking into your mind now if you're G2.
I'm still gonna, we're still gonna repeat what we said in the preamble to this game. The fact that G2 were actually in the driver's seat right there. It's gonna be a bit of a switch up though. G2 were losing on the final few rounds they lost were in the CT side. They actually had a very solid T side to start things off. This time G2 should be starting on the CT side here. They should be getting off to a better start. But I will say this, if G2 are going to be playing safe on the CT side, playing too reactive and losing control of the economy right there early on, Alexi B is just going to completely run over them.
Yeah, I mean, outside of whatever tactically they have planned and they'd have to address, especially for the outside portion of the map where Alexi kind of schooled them in their previous matchup, I think the big conversation that happened right now is communication in late round situations and post plants and the 2vx's, the 3vx's, and just saying, guys, like it can't be like this. It can't be like this disjointed. It can't be this lost as we're trying to find positions inside the bomb site. That felt like a very scattered game. So I think right now it's just calming them down. And again, it's like, that map is haunting that they lost to them in the elimination stage because it is just like Anubis where you had the chance in this map to take this all away.
Yep.
This has happened actually a few times, specifically at this major with G2, right? You know, remember the overpass they played versus VP, for instance, right? Where it was also so close, yet so far. We know what happened after, of course, but this is kind of your final game to get those ducks in a row if you want to stay in Copenhagen.
And for me, I'm looking at G2 and just channel your inner Homer Simpson. Just look at Monacy's picture right there and just say, do it for Monacy, do it for this young kid, right? I mean, he's literally hard carried them all the way over here. And sure, we hopped on the fact that the final round, the final kill, where he kind of overstepped his mark a little bit. But apart from that, he's been so far magnificent. But I'm looking at someone like Hunter and looking at someone Nico, who they're making so many uncharacteristic mistakes, not playing the level we know they can play at a stage like this.
Oh, if they come in with the level they did on Anubis, this is probably over. I mean, especially because you're not going to be able to rely on Monacy to get you as many opening kills as the way he did, on a map like Nuke as well.
Yep.
Not going to be as successful. Again, he took 11 on Anubis. He won 10 of them, which is just kind of mental. You need a Nico. You need a rifler who's going to be able to apply pressure outside and actually move in towards Big Garage, move in and try and wrap towards Heaven, move in towards Secret. The op can't do it all.
And the worst part is, like, just looking at the previous map, Nico, he was the one who's getting targeted towards outside, right? He was getting harassed with utility, with flashes, and he was just kind of forced to kind of isolate himself from what the rest of the players were doing. He was playing towards Secret, just being away, just reacting to what NAVI were throwing their direction. So yeah, if Nico doesn't get activated and it's not in the midst of the action on the CT side, this is rough.
Yeah, also I'm wondering, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, and what a disaster it'd be if they're to get eliminated. Like you're actually, we talked about Nico's records at the major, only making it to 5 playoffs in 13 attempts. He's been in 2 finals, but I mean, again, another great chance. Hooks even said it again in the interview today. This is their best chance to make it to a finals. What a nightmare. What a disaster.
What a nightmare it would be. It's all in their mind, but on the other side, you see there, Alexi's thinking about it too, and he must feel very, very confident. We also can't forget when they played the last time, when it was T rounds, it was pretty gimmicky sometimes out of G2 with that Zeus from Monacy. I hope they pre-molly Hut, for instance, out of the side of Navi this time around to make sure that doesn't happen. But what an absolute achievement it would be, Blair, for Alexi to lead his troops now across Nuke into a grand final.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It would be such a testament what he's been able to do with this team, right? Because coming in, with Wonderful coming in, and a lot of us had our doubts, can he make this happen? Because he's failed at OG, he's failed with NIP and all those, weird lineups he had. And even this lineup was looking a little dysfunctional. Could Wonderful really grow into his own? He's grown into his own. Can Imma finally, shake off the rust he's had post-Paris? He's shaking it off. Can JL get activated? He's gotten activated. So it feels like everything's kind of coming into place here, and if he pulls it off, it's going to be the perfect storm.
This would be a statement game from obviously Navi, but I think more importantly for Alexi, considering how he's had so many people doubt his abilities as an IGL over the years. I can't name a whole lot of IGLs, maybe one other one that could take this lineup to a major grand final this quickly, because it did come together very disjointed. And yeah, you've had the wonderful step up, but this team playing tactically looks really sharp. And this would just be Alexi now like giving the middle finger to the whole Counter-Strike.
And especially after losing the greatest player we've ever had and still making it happen.
It would be insane if they get it over the finish line. Alexi, he is absolutely honed in. Can he do it on Nuke? And will they kick G2 Esports out of the major? Let's find out.
Let's find out. Let's find out together. Copenhagen! A decade of global offensive leads us here. The very first Counter-Strike 2 major, our second semi-final. Who meets FaZe? Let's find out! The desk has set the scene. Birchall, anything to add?
Just in the fact it was so close last time round in this very tournament. It leaves the door open for Ancient. The G2 are going to have to dig deep here, the CT side star, and you want to set the tone with this pistol round. Talking about Hunter going outside, having a deep breath. Big game player, now's the time to show it. High in for Navi. HE towards door, of course. Molly towards main, constricts the movements of m0NESY and flush towards Yarn for a fight. He's seen enough.
Yeah, spotted the bomb red. They're going to jump for him. Oh, the pressure. So many bodies. He's tracking them around. Bullets hitting heads. m0NESY, how do you get away with two? Bit will put him in a grave, but the damage is done. It reverberates. A man advantage for G2. HooXi, Hamstrung, Nexa and Nico occupy secret.
Try and force their way around towards heaven. This is the next fight. Hunter has to hit the shot with the Julies and will. JL down. Lobby threat eliminated. Just Wonderful and Bit to find.
They gave him the P250. They backed Wonderful and his aim. But it was m0NESY to find the double kill.
Under so much pressure.
Yeah, check this one out. Oh, it's clean. Nexa. He finds the one. Now just looking for Wonderful.
If they can deny the plant, this is massive from G2.
That would be very impressive if he can find his way towards a bomb site now. 40 seconds and no chance! Nexa will take two, and G2 take the pistol.
Yeah, ramifications of that, just touching on the bomb not going down. Navi, unlikely to see a force buy from them going into round number 2. No extra finances, no way to get your hands on those Galils. So this should be a clean one, and beautiful work from the kid under pressure. That's what you want to see from m0NESY. Sure, steps out again, offers himself up, looking for that third, but the fact that two of them jumping off a main and look at him getting fired up, this is what it's all about for him.
Yeah, he doesn't want this semi-final to end. He just wants to keep putting his skill on display.
Yeah, the desk touched on it, right? You know, surely that over peak in the final round definitely cost him. Traded out. But he was doing an awful lot. Some big rounds to keep them in it. Love to get to his first major final. Next up, Hunter, Nico, they've all been here before. It was back in 21. Next up, well, we've said his name, under pressure, turns the flash, finds two, traded. But here comes m0NESY again. Shouldn't be any more dramas. I'll get them off and bucket out, and Ramp cleaned. 2-0, G2. Start as they mean to go on Navi's map choice. Desk were also just discussing outside how they felt like they were able to deal with Nico. One of the keys in that matchup was the amount of opening kills that went in the favor of NAVI, more than the lion's share. So trying to limit that if you're G2, or at least trying to dictate the tone so you can find those opening picks might be a bit of a difference maker. And the difference maker also being the start of sides. What's the first gun round for NAVI going to look like? Aggression.
This is fast from HooXi, no fear, no way. JL will catch him, can't quite believe his luck, and now Nico's pushing up the ladder. G2, what is this? Immediately crunching into the lobby. Hunter, a nice descent, that's good, ahead of the curve, ahead of the play. m0NESY towards credit card. Looking to take a swipe at the 4 remaining Ts.
Ima's definitely hearing this.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, m0NESY caught off guard. You don't see that, you don't say that all too often, but this is a powerful angle from Nexa. He's vulnerable to a variety of angles.
Got a lot to worry about.
Certainly.
Spotted now.
Oh, that's scary. Yeah, he'll get out of there.
You can tell this was a biff round, right? HooXi just wanting to take the fight. The fact that he's pushed so deep in towards lobby, telling they were expecting so many members of NAVI to spread towards yard. That wasn't the start. Ran into a bit of a wall and now chasing their tail are G2.
Ooh, did he catch a whiff of that?
Well, mouth was moving. This flank from Nico could be huge.
This could be monstrous. Yeah, he's got very low margin for Rera given the HP. Yet to frag, yet to die. Nexa cut down by Bid. And down goes Hunter in the vents. This is perfect for NAVI to get their first T round early. There's nothing here for Nico. The only slight positive is that they don't know where he is. But with no HP and no teammates.
Still having a look. They'll lose everything. Okay, he's going to back off, but even just holding on to this is going to be quite difficult. Flat start for G2 on the gun rounds. NAVI get their first on the board.
So they kind of took yard and then relaxed.
Well, just with the number advantage that they were able to accrue there onto m0NESY, right? He wasn't aware that a player had slipped in towards that warehouse position. That was the round-defining kill, because the rest was G2 just chasing ghosts. Nobody was home towards lobby. They expected them to take space towards lower, much quicker within the round as soon as the penny drops on Ima's position. You know, they don't really have any power positions.
What do you make of that call as well to go for such an aggressive, audacious start?
I wonder,
Nico on the ladder.
Look, for a bonus round, quote unquote, because now they're not really going to have a full buy into the next. I'm not sure even what it's going to look like. Nico can drop an M4. I understand going all in on lobby because you want to take the fight and you could rumble them if they were just doing a standard round.
Sure.
This could be the mind games from them playing earlier in the tournament on this very map.
JL couldn't believe his luck. He heard steps and good tracking. A jumping SMG, a jumping MP9. We know how accurate that SMG is. Good bang for its buck, but not today. It's JL.
Well, interestingly enough, they haven't force bought behind this. They've just kept the saved M4. A couple of light upgrades in towards A. Alexi's out. He's about. Look at that. Beautiful work.
Comfortable. Oh, and that rifle is taken away, taken out of his hands. This is perfect from NAVI. All 4 frags, convincing, immediate.
I'm looking at the cams. Nico's laughing. Big smile on his face. I'm not sure if that's a positive sign or a negative, but the fact that they have just leaped it towards topside, just a fast A, because if you thought that they were going to force buy and you've called a fast A, they're likely to have 5.7s, MP9s, play positions like top heart, right? You do a ramp boost.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. And Alexi's just gone straight in. But this is the thing we discussed at the start. He even had the interview with James, right? Are you in the head of HooXi? No, I don't think so. Well, the record says otherwise. His opening's beautiful. Speed Demon flashes himself out the door and a bit late on top of Silo, obliterates the save rifle of Nico. Clean and easy for NAVI. Ahead of HooXi? No, I don't think so. Well, the record says otherwise. His opening's beautiful. Speed Demon flashes himself out the door and a Bit late on top of Silo, obliterates the save rifle of Nico. Clean and easy for NAVI.
In that one off.
I suppose the biggest issue of that round is the AWP marooned outside and they can't get it back because, hey, after that one, you want to be feeding him the AWP whenever you can. Honestly, the miracle worker. So neither team operating with the sniper rifle into round number 6.
All the utility implies something quick. Molly top hut, Bit catches flak. Good nade damage early. Smoke wall to Nico to peek and prod around. Monacy in support as well. Hooksy on main. There is definitely a setup here, but what's the go? Smokes will fade. Another takes its place. 4 smokes invested so early. What's the move here? They're trying to keep attention drawn. Ima moving, Bit crawling, spotted. Nico hyper aware. A big headshot, but Ima through main. Nico needs this. It's Ima to take it away. Monacy levels us out. 3v3, 60 seconds. Hunter maneuvers back up the ladder. It's Ime wrapping around. They're so segregated, so separate. Wonderful on the clear. Deleted by Hunter. We say he's a big game player. Now is his chance to prove it. A map down on the biggest of stages in front of a sold-out crowd. Alexi B calling the shots. Ime and him side by side to try and recover this round.
Open G2 overstepped the mark. Hunter tucked in. Difficult clears. With the back turn, Hunter, that is beautiful work. They don't come easier than that.
Glorious. And difficulty for Alexi. He doesn't have the time to do anything spectacular here. Monacy's going looking, calls it clear, could be misinformation. Alexi though, 15 seconds, he's not even going to give it a look in.
Yeah, understandably so. Going to take the save right under their very noses. Alexi has to give this one over, has no choice. After the back and forth nature, the leak in towards main, it looked desperate from Nico as he steps out to try and deal with Ima, who's slipped through the smokes. Understanding that was part of his responsibility. It's good work from Hunter to stabilize.
There is not an empty seat in the house. Counter-Strike fans showing up en masse. As the first chapter of CS2 history is being penned before our very eyes. NAVI G2, our second semi-final of the day. The first bout, equally entertaining.
Just a quick little technical issue on our hands here, everybody. Is everyone having fun? No, that doesn't sound like it.
It definitely sounds like it. Wow. So many different flags as well in the crowd. I see you. People have traveled far across the globe to be here. Lithuanian representation, JL, kicking ass.
Romanian flag just in front.
Yep. Representing Ime. Ukraine in the house. I saw a dude with a Union Jack.
Wow.
Yeah. We exist. Scottish flag. Turkish flag. Swiss.
Everyone's very thirsty here, Alex.
They are, aren't they?
A little bit parched.
Old fans, new fans. We've got the players who've been here for a decade. We've got those that have only just started their career. And that blend, doing battle in CS2's first major, all you could ask for. France, Germany, Finland, everybody's here. So before I ask you, Chad, I'm going to ask the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, does this series need a third map? Let me hear you if it's a yes! Okay. They want this Saturday night to continue. Nuke could very well be the end of it. We could be locking in a grand final at the end of this map.
I'd love to get to an Ancient.
Oh, I wouldn't mind, would you?
To get scrappy, to get out of control. This game so far, a lot of these rounds short, there's been a couple of clutches, right? Sprinkler through, a few through. But it hasn't been a biffy brawl just yet. Now, Nuke still has plenty of time for us to get there. Only 6 rounds deep.
I just saw someone saying, bring back Cobble. Chad, you were competing when Cobble was in the map, Paul.
It was a great map, Alex.
You like it?
Yeah, we get some more Dragon Lore drops back in the mix.
Oh, that's probably why.
They don't. I don't want the current version, though. Bring back the old version.
Yeah?
The new one, not so good.
We can keep doing this consensus. Guys, you want to see Cobble back? Okay. What about, and this one's me, I'm being a bit selfish here. What about Train? You hearing that?
Yeah, but you said it with more conviction.
You hearing that?
That's not really fair,
Listen,
is it?
pay attention.
What about Cash?
Oh dear. And you just whispered that?
Yeah, I didn't want to let anyone hear my pronunciation.
Okay, okay. Damn. A community divided. Oh, more thirsty fans. Skål. Brazil flags, I've seen Portugal, France, Turkey. Man, I love it. So much of the world represented here and in support of Counter-Strike, in support of their favorite players playing their favorite game. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, it looks like, I don't want to get ahead of myself here. 6, 5, I think it's true. I think it's time. Let's get this second map underway.
Well, thank you for bearing with us. A couple of extra moments for each team to collect themselves, take a look out into the crowd, and then set battle. Full once more, NAVI.
How many smokes just to get started on your T-side campaign?
That Alexi saved AK. They've still been able to get a pretty tidy looking buy. Some upgrades of pistols. And one of those rattling off through the door. Nexa. The eco was tested. This time looks like they're coming with guns.
Oh, that's scary. That support, m0NESY, combined with Nexa, repels the invaders of ramp. The Molly forces an isolate Nexa, and he's gone. Alexi steps up. He had the bomb. The round is over if he goes down. He chooses to take the fight.
m0NESY has to concede. Eco's down here again, and
Has
he's
he
already
got
done work from this position.
Has he got it? Alexi loses his head. It's Nico.
Tap, tap, tap it in.
On form. 2-man advantage, and Hooksy, this is a little audacious. He is on the hunt for JL. That deagle he had at the start of the round. He wants to take it down. And from behind, he strikes. Hooksy takes down JL. It is only Imma, and Imma nails Nico. Bomb plant would be nice. Exchange of flame. Bomb plant. Run down, and Hooksy denies. Big picture, looking good, G2.
That's actually a huge denial. There could have been a conversation about a buy with Galils, or even something a little bit tastier with some Tech-9, some upgrades, and a decent amount of util to make a round work, especially on a map like Nuke. There still can be some upgrades now, but I don't think it'll come anywhere near as juicy. So a great little finish here from G2. Just denying that extra cash injection, and you can see exactly what that's reflected. If the bomb went down, we could have seen some Tech-9s, some smokes. Now they're still messing about in spawn, deciding who's got what, who can finance this round that Alexi wants to roll forward with. And G2, this is a fantastic looking CT side so far. 3 to the good, 6 should be on the table. This is their round to eat up.
Yeah, and as you've discussed, it was Hoopsy's proactivity there, running down the bomb. There is additional util there for Alexi, so you can see his primary objective is to get something out of this round. You've got Deagles on your stars.
Last time these two teams faced, Alex, the harder work was done from G2 within that first half. They managed 7 T-side rounds. It was the CT side where they struggled, and now they've already got 5.
Okay.
Done better than the best of 1 earlier in the tournament. This is great scenes if we're discussing a 3rd map of Ancient just around the corner. Smoke's deployed, but all a bit of a ruse. G2. About 50 seconds left on the clock, just need to batten down the hatches. Door opens. You're not going to blow that off, right? It can just be closed in your face, so Hunter, it's not on my watch.
m0NESY, here's some rumblings. The util delays them. He's got an angle around that. And set for success. m0NESY collects onto JL. They're starting to run him down. He chooses to re-peek. He's fired! Oh, m0NESY stands his ground gloriously. A showman as well. The teenager just putting on a show for thousands.
Great to see him flourish under the big light. Sure, it's against an extremely light bar, but still stylish. Look at the way he does this with the USP. Just pulls out the pistol.
What's up?
Straight between the eyes.
Oh,
beautiful shooting.
And AWP's supposed to be worried about pistols running at you, but not m0NESY.
He wasn't backing down from anything.
No, sirree.
He's fantastic in the openings yet again. 4-0 in the opening duels so far.
12 frags total. That certainly pads them up nicely, but still impact being felt. m0NESY, he wants more. He liked the way that felt. He likes clearing out, getting those early kills. Next is going to lose his head, and oh dear. Oh, m0NESY gets away. A good movement there as well.
I'd have to continue to fight, though. They need something back now, G2, a response necessary. Just talking about his openings, well, 1 conceded against G2 this time round. JL trying to get himself out of lobby, wary of all the angles, so great work from JL to avoid disaster, but it's all about NAVI down secret. The bomb on the back of Alexi, starting to spread in towards the back halls. Decon an option, window being cleared, and Bit making sure there's no flank.
So they can't go down secret. They can come down ramp. And they will connect. m0NESY equalizes. He assumes there's more. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and it's NiKo caught out by Bit. Patience rewarded, taking down NiKo. Hoopsy, he delivers back. Pressure. They're trying to find it. They're going to pivot into Hunter. Has he got it in him? No, sir! Not at all. It's JL with 3. Impact felt.
Well, this is the worst position for m0NESY to be in.
There's no way in. Right? No way in. Up the vent, gets the first. Is m0NESY capable? Alexi doesn't think so. And JL's got to get some credit there. It felt like m0NESY's frag had thrown some disarray into the ranks. Their low site had to pivot. Up the vent.
Yeah, just when it looked like G2 had found the answers in that round. Alexi changes the question. Up vent, in towards top. Reroutes. Hunter, if he could have delivered something that may be a bit of an opportunity to get into that round, but the fact that m0NESY is even able to get out of the vent, right, you're never expecting the AWP to pop up like this. Here's the opener, JL. Sure, m0NESY grabs one back, but Bit biding his time, saying that lurk towards Yard, able to catch NiKo. Massive from him.
Oh. Yeah, great round. Great round. I mean, it still gets close thanks to some of the proficient aimers of G2.
Well, one more of those, and NAVI will break the finances of G2. They are down to the bottom of the barrel. They've been able to get out another full buy with Nexa to just an MP9, but he's the ramp holder, not the end of the world. They can still make a round like this work, but if they want to battle back and continue to get CT-sided rounds, they need to win this one out.
They've put together a buy, but a lot at stake.
Just see how much pressure NiKo's under. He's already lost vision. Now he's just trying to be disruptive. Emma's just taking his time, not taking any damage whatsoever, and it has to be more lobby aggression. We've seen this quite regularly, but if the beacon of hope is m0NESY...
Oh, spotted. That's huge from NiKo. It was Immer applying pressure. m0NESY will catch JL in the lobby. Lurk! And no! Nothing from Bit! Empty-handed on his aggress. Can't spot Wonderful. And now with a combination with Alexi, they are saying game on. They are saying this round is not done. Bomb was on the back of Alexi. Wonderful just walking, welcoming. any sort of engagement.
This is a tough decision for Nexa. There's not a lot he can do. It's just an MP9, so you can see he's aware that there's a chance they can go up and over. There's a, well, it was an open runway. Hooksy responding to the options.
Ooh.
He needs to play for info. He shouldn't commit to a fight.
That's an angle and a half.
All right, he's committing. He needs to get one.
Let's see if Hooksy can do it. The Dane. Posted aim, tracks into Alexi. Wonderful in the clutch with 25. Bomb under G2 rule. A smoke, yeah, no thanks. No thanks, G2. Well, they pull together the last few crumbs, they get the buy out, and they take the round.
Yeah, impact from Nico. You see that little just change of pace from NAVI, trying to pop Emma in again through main. Really could have been problems if he got through. Multiple backs were turned as they were clearing out lobby, but in unison, m0NESY and Nico light up the kill feed. We'll call that 7 for G2. On track right now to have these teams trading map picks. Important timing, right? That really could have gotten out of control. And Nico then course correcting onto Bit, who was the hero of the previous, and Hooksy committing to that duel, able to profit. Saved AWP, wonderful. He was exactly that on map number 1.
JL, he's put a few more pennies into this one. He wants to support Wonderful, thinks there's a shot at taking this round.
It's going to be hard for them regardless into the next. 2,900 is the loss bonus.
Oh, they're set for success at G2. No fumbles here so far. And that's a nice start. Hunter just catches a whiff of JL's progression, takes him down. Nico has no info on the cross. Oh, and Wonderful, he misses his chance. He had an opportunity there onto Nico. They slink down. Smokes himself, gets away, confirms the AWP, but doesn't know about the rest. They have descended. Alexi, bomb on his back. It's Nexa first to receive. His smoke already up.
On the fade.
They're just walking through. Oh, Nexa holds the spray. Only the one, a rifle in play. m0NESY missed his chance. Getting a little uncomfortable. Wonderful. Oh. Caught a spot onto Hunter. Can he disrupt the plant? Yes, he can. Gets away with it. Ima, however, puts him down. Wonderful. Gets a leg shot onto m0NESY. The shadow betrayed him. The bomb going down. No, it's not. Nico catches Wonderful. Ima getting out of there. And there's time to play with, but Nico's got you cut off. He takes it. And it will be an 8th for G2.
Yeah, moments that one could have got dicey, but G2 accounting for everything there. Next up, once he lost control of the AK, you're thinking how much further can they get entrenched in towards this site, but Hunter, the harasser, denies the plant, causes chaos, opens the avenue for G2 to come down towards the site and respond.
Yeah, there was definitely moments, wasn't there? Well handled.
Our final rounds of the half, 9-3 available for G2. NAVI looking to salvage things with a 4th to their name. Couple of Galils, AKs, door blown off.
Ooh. Hooksy, he's found
tried that again.
Hyper aggression. It's not going to work a second time thanks to Hooksy.
They was lost in the source. He's made the way down the vent, but responded to. Nico's already down here.
See you later, mate. JL's gone. NAVI left wanting. Oh, spotted on the clear. Vision, only for a moment. m0NESY firing off pot shots now. Deception, the name of the game here, in a 2-man discrepancy. NAVI, last round, got to give it everything they've got. Nico acknowledges the potential. Bit lingers in lobby.
They took all that space, and now they're dropping back. 3v5 situation, limited utility. Still plenty of time, but hard to break in. Another smoke over towards Squeaky Door, limits the options to just waltz. Just hit the pause button, hit the brakes.
Oh, he didn't clear it. Nice work from Nexa. Tucked in tight, catches Bit. In a 2v5 situation, will Wonderful find anything more? He's alone now, 1v5, and one bullet will do it. Hooksy, proud of that one, and understandably so. G2 set for success as we swap sides.
Beautiful half of Counter-Strike. Definitely able to deal with the issues last time they faced NAVI, especially with the CT side. The Desperate raising questions about Yard, how are they going to deal with it? There's a lot of proactive plays towards lobby, and the opening duels just going in their favor time and time again, stalling out any of the maneuvers that they were looking for. And I actually think because Bit spotted Nico crossing Secret early, Nico thought, well, there's no point hanging around here. They know exactly where I am. That reroute caught JL. Potentially fed by his teammates there, but that's the way she goes. A pistol round, and we can call this one done and dusted. G2. See the investment starting to come through. HE for the door, I'm sure, next up with a molly. It might be quick. Might operate with something fast.
What's the call? What's the go? Hootsy. He's given his team the command. They nade the door, and Molly implies top, and then woof, they rock Bit socks off. He still finds one. In the chaos, in the pandemonium, now Imes spots the cross. He's getting pressure towards Hal and loses his head. Hooksy, 2 bullets. A Gushina, good night. Hooksy, he's just charging. JL yet to be cleared, the unknown entity. Hard fight, big headshot found. He's looking for a double kill here. He's disrupted their plans with single door open and Nexa planting. The double doors won't find him. This is an intense 3v3. G2 running out of health. Nexa certainly needs help. He's gone down. It's up to Hooksy, it's up to Monacy. They're gonna have to call the bluff on the first. Pressure applied, deep smoke. Oh no, Monacy, he can't get it. There was a headshot to be found, and now an impossible round, spamming away, knifing the smoke, he can't stop the defuse. And Wonderful secures it.
A strong start for G2, but once they headed down towards lower and JL revealed himself towards window, it all got a little bit weird. Decon control, sure, but they didn't really have the sight. Nexa under so much pressure, no support available, no space taken until it was too late.
Yeah, it was hard fights. It was a stressful endeavor.
It's just Nexa was hung out to dry. Absolutely hung out to dry. And yeah, look, just hold him at the door with the knife in hand. Is this the start of the comeback? Well, it's the CT side.
Quick pause from Taz immediately before things fly too far away, and it was a plant, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you want to make sure you discuss this, because sure, you didn't win the pistol, but if you win the follow-up, you can still break those finances and then be running away towards that magic number of 13. So this is a great opportunity for them to just reset NAVI immediately. But with that knife kill, extra finances. So take a look at this. There's a couple of rifles in the mix, still plenty of MP9s, but the key for me is just the sheer amount of utility. They have so much utility right now to stall out G2.
And it's going to be quite the opposite if they go Galils, right? They're not going to have anything to work with.
So patience might have to be name of the game right now for G2 as they move into this round. And maybe, just maybe, that's why Taz took the time out to discuss that option. Hey, they have some extra finances piped through thanks to that knife kill. I don't think pace would be the answer. So if they go for a smoke wall early and they just get blocked by multiple mollies, HEs to clear the smokes, they're in trouble.
Yeah, well, they're starting to send the Galils, your two Kovac cousins, sent to yard with Galils to take aim duels. Wonderful and Alexi going to be the partners for this one, and ahead of the smokes, crossing with them, and not ready for Alexi. He's in their head, as are his bullets. Perfect find. Monacy, can he stabilize? If he finds Imet, if he clears it out with the bomb on his back and 16 frags to his name, Monacy could save G2 here. Hooksy, deep as well. Imet, ooh, gets away on 8.
The fact he lives is huge.
Monacy, this whole game, he's been putting people on a thread of health, but they've gotten away.
Nex is in lobby and he's only got a Deagle to his name.
Yeah, but still that damage from Monacy does work out. Not ready for the trade. A second. Ooh, fumbled it. 2 bullets though. He has to find the head. JL will convert. Interesting now. Interesting lay of the land with 40 seconds left. It's Hooksy and Monacy, this unusual duo. Your 2 highest fraggers though. Into round 14, 30 seconds.
They're worried about heaven. You can see them glancing up. So this is a big problem. Worried about the up and over. But it's actually the down and under. Squeaky flies open. They don't know if anybody's in the side. So double doors, the way to get the bomb down. Hooksy planning safely.
Okay, there's a chance here. It's up to JL. Oh, got a whiff, but it's enough of a distraction. Hooksy in trouble. Forced to Monacy. He can't get anything. G2 sent back to spawn empty-handed. Another plant short. A recovery of sorts. But Alexi's double finished off nicely by JL.
Beautiful work from Alexi there. The fact that he's just sitting, waiting, just gets the tips of the heads. They're so worried on the cross. And he picks up both of those kills. Massive work for the in-game leader. Gets himself up to 9 frags in total. It's going to be a long way back. Just 4 rounds now to tie things up. I don't think they did enough damage to warrant another type of buy like that, right? They could go for a couple of AKs. You can see m0NESY and Nexa. Just as we watch back the highlight package, Nico was looking towards Yard, not ready for a player in secret whatsoever. And then HooXi caught, kind of lured in by that little slither of information he got towards the van. And I said I didn't think they could justify it, but they have. They've gone in again. So it's Galils and AKs. Thought they would try and get full AKs out, or maybe even just try and get m0NESY the AWP with how much of a devil he's been on that weapon. But no, not wanting to allow things to get too far out of control might be exactly what happens.
Alexi B undefeated against former team G2. Oh, this time on the quick switch, Nico, he's got it for him. Takes down his former leader. Gets the hell out of dodge. Ima, quick rotation. Bit swings through, perfect timing. Another problem, it's Ima. Double kill from Ima. Fresh magazine, jump spot, could have cost him. Instead, things all slow.
It's another man disadvantaged situation. This is so tough. m0NESY wants to find a way up.
Oh, God.
He needs to get a move on. He needs to get a move on. The longer he takes, slips away.
Open runway now. There is that lobby threat. Nico to provide cover for it, getting the bomb down. Ima considering the vents, every angle approached. 3 different avenues of assault here on the retake. It's all about timing. It's all about synergy. And Wonderful just takes the fight. It's up to m0NESY in the clutch, and he can't do it again. Denied time after time as NAVI closed that gap.
It's the multi-kills from NAVI that are the difference makers. When these trades are coming through, sure, Nico able to isolate Alexi to start off the round, but Ima down towards lower, able to pick up a double kill. It just changes the tune of the round. G2 are able to find a gap. They're able to get the bomb down again, sure, but they're operating at a man disadvantage. The way that NAVI are playing as a unit. See the flash come in from main. It allows the player to come at the vent. Sure, still gets caught by m0NESY. But Wonderful doesn't overstep the mark either. He gets in a little slip position towards Hut. He's patrolling the site. Good team play from NAVI, but the bomb down, the lost bonus, and here it is again.
They're relentless.
I know it's T-side of Nuke and the AWP is not a necessity, but with how good m0NESY's been, you would love to see him be able to wield it within this half. 17 kills in total. We're going to have to take another moment of pause before we see him get it, but maybe G2 can break through.
They've certainly come close, Chad. There's been windows of opportunity, but every time it's NAVI just slamming.
Looks just going to molly secret, it looks like. Oh, it was considered, maybe not. It's just going to be a smoke ball, so they want to cross straight into Alexi again.
Surely they prepared for this. Surely they anticipated this time. It's good from Alexi. And Nico controls the spray. A heavenly spray, and Nico another. Sends Wonderful to hell. m0NESY another onto Alexi. Have G2 done enough, or is it Bit? Hitting shots, making it a 1v1. Here we go. A battle of wits between JL and m0NESY.
This is a quick rotation from JL. m0NESY won't be ready for it. He rerouted immediately.
He's still worried about Yard.
Back turn.
Back is turn. JL gives them hell. NAVI close the gap further. A stunning first half from G2, but NAVI, they are tenacious.
JL just so many steps ahead there. As soon as he gets the kill, he knows m0NESY's going to know where he was. Just got moving immediately, hightailed it, rerouted, and catches m0NESY with his back turned. These trades back and forth, it look great for G2, but the difference in a round like this, the bomb doesn't go down. The lost bonus is there. G2 can justify another round with Galils, but again,
my God.
How many of these are you going to go for before you decide, hey, we need to get out that AWP?
You know the definition of insanity, Chad. It's the same thing, expecting a different result. Oh, but HooXi is crazy. And it's this method to his madness. They're into the top side. Nexa spins around, finds 2. The bomb will go down. It's only Bit. No hope here. Oh, maybe they are crazy, but it's working.
Well, they've just been throwing jabs after jabs, and it's been landing. But this could be the knockout blow as far as the finances are concerned. Take a quick look at the left-hand side of your screen. Bit has to hold on to this. Sure, they've been able to pick up these rounds, NAVI, but at what cost? G2, the stubbornness in the buys, they do break through. They do get themselves up to 10.
You go from celebrating round win after round win, close. And G2, they're so stubborn with it.
That's Nexa. He had a fantastic first map on Anubis, and the team wasn't able to follow through and get the win. And Nexa's brought in as this more supportive element of the team. He had a banger of a game alongside Amonisi. Right there, that's impact. Right in front of our screens. Huge work from Nexa. Bit should be able to drop across an M4. They'll be able to cobble together something. Is it a Famas? Either way, he's been able to buy up a rifle and get it into the hands. A shotgun for JL, a Deagle 5.7, Famas and A1S. They lose this, they will have to take an eco. And G2 will be up to 12.
Yeah, but these are those rounds, Chad. These are those rounds where one misstep, one missed shot can make the difference. A jump spot combination with the nade. Alexi staying proactive. Disrupts them. They've got a decision. They're hanging in the open. They're in limbo right now. Alexi continues to try and disrupt their cross.
Fading.
But a cross, nonetheless. Undetected.
Look at them. So tight-knit. So worried about any late information or pushes. Alexi's been down secret an awful lot.
They completely gave lobby, hoping that no one would take it.
Now that they've been able to get across without having to expend any extra utility, they have more than enough to be able to get towards this lower site with ease. Take control of the window side, stay away from decon. Get your smokes and mollies up towards ramp. You'll be able to eliminate the sight lines a bit by doing so.
Frantic communication from Nico. He knows what he wants. He knows what the round needs. Diligent utility and ahead of the spam from Bit. They're into the low site. Mission accomplished.
Might be a save.
It should be. Now they've lost Bit. Nico takes down the man with the Stockholm Major Trophy by his name.
Where do you save?
Look what you're saving.
Yeah, but lobby feels like the best option, but if they go towards yard, there's going to be a bit of a blender. Monesi's going to get this first contact. If not, Nexa will.
Oh, yeah, he'll take down JL. Down goes him at farming.
Where do you save?
Look what you're saving.
Yeah, but lobby feels like the best option, but if they go towards yard, there's going to be a bit of a blender. Monesi's going to get this first contact. If not, Nexa will.
Oh, yeah, he'll take down JL. Down goes him at farming.
Where do you save?
Look what you're saving.
Yeah, but lobby feels like the best option, but if they go towards yard, there's going to be a bit of a blender. Monesi's going to get this first contact. If not, Nexa will.
Oh, yeah, he'll take down JL. Down goes him at farming. They know they can overwhelm him. Monesi's already ready for this.
The arena are going to make some noise, not just for the game, but for Henry G.
There's going to be a bit of a blender. Monesi's going to get this first contact. If not, Nexa will.
Oh, yeah, he'll take down Jay.
There's going to be a bit of a blender. Monesi's going to get this first contact. If not, Nexa will.
Oh, yeah, he'll take down JL. Down goes him at farming. They know they can overwhelm him. Monesi's already ready for this.
It's going to be a bit of a blender. Monasty's going to get this first contact. If not, Nexa will.
Oh, yeah, he'll take down JL. Down goes EMF farming. They know they can overwhelm him. Monasty's already ready for this.
There's going to be a bit of a blender. Monasty's going to get this first contact. If not, Nexa will.
Oh, yeah, he'll take down JL. Down goes EMF farming. They know they can overwhelm him. Monasty's already ready for this. Of one in a 2 versus 5. G2 should just be able to put this one in. It's only wonderful, and there it is. A third map required.
Take a bow, Hooksy. You held your nerve. Overtime on map number 1, your choice goes down the drain. But map 2, you respond with some quality Counter-Strike, and the kid leading the charge.
Open office. Out too.
They're outside. I'm going decon. I'm going decon.
Guys, I'm going secret behind them as well.
They should talk about me. Planting.
They have up alive, okay?
T4 dead. Side one. Dark.
Titan up alive.
Guys, I play from office.
Office one.
Wait, I kill office.
Dead
office.
Last one on side.
He's planting. Go, Nico. Go, Nico. Go, Nico. Rush.
Chill, decon. Wait. Vent.
Nice. Nice. I thought he was stuck in the corner. I heard him burn. Holy shit.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We're going all all the way to the third map. The decider is needed because G2 now pick away the map pick from NAVI on Nuke to get us there. And it was a completely different game we saw quite obviously. It was much less close, I want to say. And that is impressive if you know that G2 was on the back foot. So what got activated the best?
Of the CT side, right there. That's where they struggle with, and we prefaced that map saying, yo, listen, if you're G2, you need to start being a little bit more proactive. You need to start taking those fights outside. Don't allow Lexi B to set up this wall of smokes and kind of manipulate your rotations. And we could see from the get-go, they win the pistol round. You see round number, I think it was round number 4, if I'm not mistaken, we just push outside m0NESY over here. Little lucky with a collateral kill, but it is a statement that matters right there, right? Just pushing up ahead, getting the kill, and then we had a lobby push coming in as well from the G2 side. So yeah, whatever they needed to do on the CD side, they did it, and they got it done.
Yeah, well, I mean, m0NESY was going to be there. It was nice to show some off presence outside, but the biggest thing that you're going to point at is NiKo having a much better game, and not in terms of just taking over the game like we know he sometimes can, but just having impact outside, being able to slow those hits down. He was also 4-1 in opening fights, which was absent on Anubis on the first map. Yep. He was much better in those initial duels, and holding off outside, that was the recipe for success for Navi to get back into the game, back in the elimination stage, was that outer yard period, and this time NiKo's there to shut it down, opens up his ability to get down towards Secret. You add in the fact that HooXi had a great game in the upper bomb site, lockdown defense, and the second half was like, I mean, nothing really strategic. It's an economic battle that once G2 win it, the game's just over.
Yeah, they just kept hammering the economy there off Navi, but I also want to point out for NiKo as well, like looking at the map when they lost Nuke the last time, he was playing just so very static, right? The outside wall smokes, he's going to be just holding towards Secret, waiting for the action to come his direction. Here he was playing with a little bit of pizzazz in his steps.
Well, the team overall of G2 was playing like that too, because we saw way more lobby crunches, way more aggression in lobby in the mid round when there was then time to react, when things were quiet, when they made the assumption that Navi was attacking outside. We saw them take over lobby 2 or 3 times in that half and just be like, we know everything that's going on the map, and that makes life easier.
And it wasn't just an individual making that play, right? With proper synergy, we had Hunter, we had HooXi pushing in together, and once again, the flash.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at kind of the kill division there, it was a sovereign win out of G2, so that's great. So then it actually doesn't matter how they're divided, but you're still think, okay, give him a little more support still, right, in some of those rounds, especially if he gets 2 opening kills to kick you off.
I mean, it's crazy actually what m0NESY's doing. This is like an MVP level performance, and the fact that he's putting it in is great. I think at this point you're just like, let the man frag, and like the rest of us, let's make the smart decisions. Let's make the tactical rotations, the smart decisions to win the round and secure things behind the power that he's providing, because he is on point today.
I mean, this particular round, right, I mean, it doesn't look that impressive against just pistols, but you're the AWP right there, and you're like, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to take these fights. I know I'm better than you, I'm just going to outfrag you. Pistol AWP doesn't really matter. So when this kid is hitting this MVP, almost career best form as he's hitting right now, as Jason pointed out, all everyone needs to do is just don't mess it up.
Yeah, we look at the scope of the 2 maps, of course, right, because we were singing wonderful praises, so much coming out of Anubis. Of course, that's going to wake m0NESY up even more to make sure that he can make that impact, but he cannot do it by himself. I know, yes?
Oh, I was just going to say, if you look at the graphic, the 1 up kill on Wonderful, like he never had a chance in the second half to have the AWP.
No money.
And that's the whole point of the economic pressure G2 is providing, is like, oh, we're getting 3 kills in a bomb plant. Oh, we're getting 4 kills in a bomb plant. The longer we keep this up, eventually we break it, we run away with the map. But as long as we keep this up, Wonderful can't have an AWP. We don't have to worry about an op whatsoever anywhere on the map, and that's a beautiful
thing. Also when you have like a 9-3 lead heading the second half, you have the luxury to go for this 4 spies, the luxury to, even though
you got some runway,
yeah, you have a little bit of runway to work with it, and that's when you can be like, yo, this makes sense, go for it, and they broke them.
They did. I will say we were watching it together and we saw the 4 spy and it didn't work. The Galils again, it didn't work, and it didn't work again. I don't know if round 17 is ready, but it did have to start working.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the thing, right? Yeah. It's like if you keep doing that and it never works, it feels really awkward, but that's, eventually when you finally overcome the hump. And by the way, it was Navi winning some clutches in these rounds as well to keep this kind of extending, but this is a beautiful change, because up to this point, a lot of it was outside, walk behind those smoke walls. Alexi B had the perfect trap set up in Secret twice, getting 3 or 4 kills across those 2 rounds. He did that, and then HooXi's just like, all right, let's just blow up the upper bomb site, see what happens, and perfect utility to get them in.
I just want to give a shout out to Nexo, man. Like we've been talking about, NiKo, we talked about Hunter in the first map. Even though it was a loss, he was so impactful in us even getting to overtime right there. And even over here, not the flashes of kills, so to speak. He's working with the pack, he's getting those kills, and just getting the job done. He's just getting everything done right there.
Blue collar frags in those grimy situations.
Yeah. I love the way you
it's
said
not pretty,
that.
but it works.
Yeah, Yeah, that works. Just a magician with words. Is there anything we can say about then NAVI outside of the fact that obviously Alexi first, you know, he got in their heads a little bit in the beginning, and I thought it was actually going to be a repeat of the end we saw when they played that best of one, but I don't want to call it luck. That strategy ran out, obviously.
Well, this is why I thought this was kind of a little bit of a trap that NAVI stumbled into. It's always hard to beat a team in the same tournament twice on the same map, first of all. And even when you look back on that map where G2 was in such a strong position up by like 4 or 5 rounds at one point, is like they actually like outplayed you for the most of that game. And yeah, some miraculous calling to get you back into it and come back. But this time G2 just say, nope, we shut them down. They started on the CT side as well, which is where they lost that other map.
And I feel like even considering it is, you know, the map picked by NAVI right there, the fact that they weren't quite, I didn't see any variation from what they did on T side. It was pretty much almost a very similar thing with the smoke walls, hoping that, you know, the G2 are just going to be playing the CD side like they played the previous time.
And Nico wasn't giving him any room.
Exactly.
He was investigating those smokes. He was challenging the edges.
So if you're NAVI, like, why wouldn't you switch anything up? Why not some fast rounds?
Because you won.
There we go.
You won the last game. That's why it's so difficult, because you look at it with a less critical eye, because you're like, we won the game. And it's G2 who goes back and say, okay, like, where's the extra 3% we can get? And this is Nico flanking down Secret. This is like the build up to how effective he was outside. When you handle those outside attacks, it allows him to come down and be a force on a flank. Even if they find a way to the lower bomb site, you have the entire map available to you to work whichever way you want.
And I also love the fact that, like, on this outside this time around for Nico, he wasn't just, you know, playing towards Garage, just being very static, playing towards Secret, waiting for the play to come to him. Right there is a great example. A couple of times as well, just moving around with so much freedom, so much confidence, saying like, yo, even if I get caught off guard, I'm still going to get that kill. And in games like this, like these, in the semifinals of a major in front of a crowd, you can actually get away with plays like that.
Yeah, and if it works, it's beautiful, because we've been having this question about Nico and CS2 for so long, right? And he's shown us glimpses of, yeah, of course I can still do it. But when you come off an Anubis where, you know, the clutches don't go your way, and finishing off the rounds don't go your way, this is so huge in terms of kind of going into the next map and now knowing, okay, I can at least trust in myself.
Yeah, Hunter had a better game as well, which is where I'd point most of that kind of emotion to. Like, I think Nico was always going to kind of have a bounce back game, but Hunter was one I was like, all right, let's see if he can get that back, because that was very uncharacteristic of Hunter, some of the mistakes he made on Anubis. So good to see him have a better map, and hopefully now they're all ready to go and on point for the third map for Ancient.
Let's hope so. I do think we still have a few rounds that we requested, Blah, or you don't want to talk about them?
I don't want to talk. I want to talk about Ancient.
This guy?
I mean, this guy was great. Like, honestly, I mean,
good.
I mean,
it was all right.
Considering what we saw in Anubis, this could have been a 2-0 for G2, right? Yeah. So that's always going to be the back of the minds. And now we're going to be coming to map number 3 here. And Ancient, listen, man, I don't know what you're going to be seeing on this map. It was G2 banning Inferno. We expected G2 to pick Inferno into this. I don't know why they haven't allowed it through. And Ancient is a map where G2 have just played 2 maps of Ancient this entire year. Both the times against FaZe, one of which they won, one which they lost. And Navi had a very rough time on it. They've won like, what, 2 out of 7 times.
You're looking at me like I know.
It's a pretty shitty map for both these 2 teams.
Yeah, but way to hype it up,
wow,
baby.
I'm so excited.
No, I think one cool thing about Ancient that I'm looking forward to is, again, like I've harped on this with G2 because I think it just felt like such a defining factor of the way they played in the quarterfinals yesterday, is the aggression on like CT sides. If you're going to push down like things like B ramp on Ancient, pushing down mid with riflers, having Monacy in support, Nico and Hunter getting aggressive, Hooksy kind of leading the way, you can make this map really small. You can take away a lot of options for Alexi, who likes to play the map and likes to kind of work around the map and go to plan B and take option. Like, we see what he's getting before he decides where to direct his troops. But if you start denying access to that as G2, if you're in that mood, man, like, this map can feel very, very small.
It's really going to come down. I feel like, you know, you're looking at Hunter, who's going to be playing towards mid on the CT side. You're going to be looking at Monacy with an AWP, Nexa early towards mid, just getting the B lane control early on, and just kind of choking out the T side for Navi.
The Monacy point's good in it because you can bring up Wonderful as well. This is another one of those maps where you should have the back and forth between the ops, the way we didn't get it on Nuke and the way that was so exciting on Anubis. We should have that on Ancient as well. Both sides going to have an AWPer. AWPers can find impact on both sides of the map. It's going to be more fireworks from the star players.
What is it going to come down to for Alexi B in order to kind of activate which kind of a game plan and which roles will be the most important so that he can activate Wonderful, specifically on the fabric of Ancient?
Well, I mean, the most important thing is going to be forcing back the aggression down mid and the aggression in like the B lane needs to be negated. You need to be able to force it back. You need to be able to wait out the smoke and take it in the mid round, or you need to be able to stop it right out of the gate. If you don't have that control, far less options.
And you basically need to have a plan B and a plan C. You know, sometimes you have to throw caution to the winds and be like, yo, Imma's feeling it, right? He's running through smokes for you right now. Set him up, take those fights, be risky. Just don't play too safe. You play too safe, too textbook, it's going to fall apart.
Yeah, they will, and I think too, like the op of Wonderful. I think if you can find a way to get out mid, if you're Alexi B and Navi, if you can find a way, maybe busting open the smokes early on and getting out aggressively, whether you take it in the mid round, if you can get Wonderful posted up with an op in middle, he's sharp. He doesn't miss many shots. He's going to be able to hold angles. He's a good fundamental opper, and all of a sudden that gives you some space to work towards.
He can actually rifle better than some of the players on the team, if you ask me, right?
Oh God!
No, honestly,
not Monacy though.
Maybe not Monacy, but that's a really good, cool thing with Wonderful. Even if the economy might not be really in a very healthy position, you don't have the AWP to work with. He can work with that pack. He's able to really, work that AK-47 as well. So he has that piece alongside JL and Imma to make it work. And I feel for JL, playing the extremities of these bomb sites on a T side, he plays it very, very smart as well.
Yeah.
I think one worrying thing if you're a G2, maybe not worrying, but I think one of the win conditions, I'll paint it that way for Navi, is if you get them into like the calmer, like late round situations, like 45 seconds on the clock, 3-on-3s, and G2's having to like move around the map and find smart positions. That, and I think sometimes on Anubis, I noticed it certainly. Nuke, not so much, although a couple times. I think sometimes that they don't really feel like they get in the greatest spots for like those sorts of like slower, cerebral situations to be able to kind of, find information and stay alive. I think sometimes they get caught out when the round slows down late, and if Navi can get as many of those as possible, I think that's where they'll find the biggest advantage.
Yeah, and in that regard, it will be the test because, it was very convincing on Nuke, so he didn't really have to be put in those uncomfortable positions specifically. It's very interesting, specifically if you also take the step outward, the way we started this whole matchup and how it comes down now to a third map where you have all these storylines converging, right? How impressive it would be out of Alexi B and that squad. And on the other side, how much pressure there still is on G2 because they feel like this is their chance.
Well, you got FaZe and you got Neo waiting in the grand final, and you got Taz standing behind G2. And I feel like I might just be making this up in my brain because I like the old the Taz and Neo VP squad. But I feel like I'm starting to see a little bit of influence. Like some of these rounds have been like very much like the old VP squad, where it's like we're going to break into this bomb site, we're going to focus on trading, we're going to keep moving forward, and we're just going to brawl for some of these sites. And I'm seeing that more and more.
I'm feeling more Taz of an influence there. I feel like for the side of FaZe, it's a little bit more carry.
Oh, sure. No, I was speaking about G2 and Taz.
Oh, yeah, G2 and Taz, 100%. Like, I feel like it can seem like you're really firing them up. They're just giving them confidence. And I just want to harken back to what you mentioned when it comes to pressure as well. I'm looking at the CT side, especially on Ancient, and I'm looking at the IGL. And for Alexi B, he's actually had a pretty solid game so far, but he has struggled individually, so to speak. And on the B bomb side especially, he's going to be playing towards that cave position primarily. He's going to have JL, which was a great anchor on the B bomb side. But I feel like he could potentially be a target for the side of G2. I'm looking at Monacy with the AWP, having a right spot, just running into cave, trying to take him down. So, if there was ever a time for him to kind of step up a little bit more in the fragging department on the CT side, this could be the map here.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think a lot of this map is going to come down to the impact on like the opening engagements. We know Monacy is going to be on point.
He's being prepped.
Yeah, he really is.
That's a real idea.
He's like, take me to a major finals, baby.
Come on,
get me in.
I need you.
But you need a good performance out of Nico again, especially with the rifle on the openings. I think hopefully with the way that he's been playing in this series, you can rely on Nexa, and you can be very confident that he's going to be there as well on this map, because he plays a very important role on this map, and he plays a role on this map that JKS was very, very good at, was anchoring that A-bomb site.
So you're feeling like we're going to see this one-to-one comparison on a big stage. Is that what you're setting us up for?
In my mind, that's what I'm looking at, because I love JKS in this bomb site. Like, I think this comes into maybe part of the reason why they made that change. He's not always going to be the guy like pushing and making some crazy proactive flank. But man, when he sits back in that bomb site, he's good for two, and Nexa's got to step up and live up to that hype.
And I mean, no other place than the final map of the semifinals of a major, right? Like to put up a shut up. But I think I've seen some pretty good signs of Nexa overall. It's just that I haven't seen enough on Ancient. It's such an unknown quantity for me. Just 2 maps over the course of the past 3 months. There's not enough data for me to work with. So it is a question mark, honestly.
Yeah, it definitely is. As they go into the huddle and we think about what is at stake here, Nico with the head down, listening exactly to his coach. Maybe it is what you're saying, Moses. It is get that spirit in you, the way that I used to play. Just get it done yourself. Kick the door down.
It's hype up the boys. It's don't think about the mistakes. Keep working forward. Keep communicating. Make sure you're taking every fight. Make sure you're swinging with confidence in every single battle. Don't give up a single inch, and let's go get this grand final.
And it's so contrasting if you look at Blade, for example. It's much more cerebral, so to speak. He's like, all right, boys, this is the game plan. This is your stack of notes to work with. And on the other side, Taz like, listen, guys,
play with your balls.
Just F them up. Put the balls on the table right there.
But I mean, it's cool because you get to see that disparity in the way they play the game. Like Navi do want to play the kind of more tactical, slow-paced, methodical style, and G2 are just like, we got some mad fraggers on this team. We're trading our way in. We're going to see when the dust settles what we've got going on, and we're going to make a decision from there.
Indeed, and for the side of Alexi's squad, of course, Emma thinking, I made it to the final last year, and a lot is going to come down to me to see if I can hold my own, if I can bring myself there again and my squad. Same for JL, who fell at the semifinals back in Paris, who wants to show that he's got more in the tank. There's so much between it, so I'm going to ask you to call it. Who takes it and why?
Oh, I think G2 takes this. I think that win, they had a nuke right there, was so emphatic. It was so in-your-face Counter-Strike as well. And considering, and this is where I'm going to give a little bit of, I'm going to take away a little bit of doubt away from Huxi.
Okay.
The fact that they actually banned Inferno makes me want to believe that they have something stored for us here on Ancient. Because I don't think Navi was expecting this map to come out as a decider.
You're really reaching to bet on Huxi.
I'm reaching. Okay, I'll make it simpler. Monacy with the AWP, that's why they're going to win this.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm taking G2. I had him before the series. I'm not going away from him yet. I mean, Monacy is going to be here, and I'm ready to see some fireworks out of Nico as well.
You're sticking with your guns. Let's hope they do as well and give us an absolute show on Ancient for a chance to play FaZe tomorrow in the most beautiful arena I have ever seen. Will it be G2 or will it be NAVI?
That's the question, CopenHagen. You just asked you a question. Will it be G2? Or will it be NAVI? Okay. Well, let's get this party started. It's your Saturday night, last game. Get in all your energy as Ancient begins. An expectation set by the desk. Birchall, we've got CT for NAVI and the T for G2.
A bit wobbly for NAVI. 3 losses on the trot. They're going to have to snap that if Alexi B wants to grace a grand final stage of a major. 2019 was a long time ago in Counter-Strike. We're out the gates with a B hit.
Yeah, this could be a direct approach. That util limits your options on the site. CT smoke will hold them at bay, but that's not where they're going. They're coming for you, JL. On the edge of the smoke, he tries to hit shots, and he does. It's Monacy straight onto Imet. Nico contributes. Monacy slaps another. One hell of a start. Monacy, he's got a goal in mind, and it starts tomorrow. Can he get there? Alexi retakes smoke. Is all hope lost in this pistol? Bit on the warpath, using that smoke to separate, segregate. Nico down to the 4, now 3. Locked out by that smoke further. A tap out of Alexi. He can do more. Monacy's got a team kill. It's all onto Monacy now. Time on his side. Time is his friend. And oh, last bullet. Alexi had a chance. It's gone now. Monacy with just 2 bullets in the dual Berettas, but he knows he's done enough. The showman, a 360 under the stars and lights. Huxi can't believe it. He's on his team. And Monacy starts Ancient as he means to go on.
He was playing with him there.
Come on, a 360 one-tap. He's having fun. He's having way too much fun. That is unreasonable.
That's a statement in the pistol round. The conversation's been all about Alexi having G2's number time and time again, but the difference today is Ancient, a map that they haven't tussled on before. That could be the secret weapon for G2 to get past their old in-game leader.
Unknown territory. Unknown quantities. And look at Monacy. Molly, oh, this is brutal.
Wow.
Who's done that?
I haven't seen that.
That's new to me. That's new to me,
okay.
folks. I can't quite believe it.
Well, that's one way to clear out Tree.
Well, yeah, in answer to the desk questions, I think G2 have been cooking.
Bit of a forest fire.
Yeah, and you know what happens is those can spread. Those can burn quickly. G2, they got the pistol. The second round of formality, a foregone conclusion.
More flames at the feet of the pistols.
Clean from Monacy, wonderful, Imet. They're hitting shots, they will not retrieve, they will not pass go. They will not receive 200. It's 2-0 to start.
Look at the mood in the G2 camp.
Yeah, well, after Monacy putting on a full show, just to start us off, I'm sure that's definitely going to get the morale an all-time high.
Now, this is the type of map where NAVI would have had to put an awful lot of work into. They've had some wobbles on this in the past. They've been quite critical of their approach, especially on the CT side. They've been missing double mid mollies, missing spawn smokes. The util has never really been on point. Let's hope that they've been able to fix that, and well, there you go, out the gates immediately, and the deep elbow molly lands. So that's a great start as far as basic map control is concerned. The desk was also discussing the coaching styles. Blade with the notebook, Taz with the bravado.
And the meat hook. Oh, Nico, he's on one. A laser beam to bit. Opens up the B site. Alexi, the only one with a chance to contribute, a chance to flip and tip the scales, but his barrel betrays him. Hooksy collects it, takes his scalp and takes the round.
But take a look, Hunter's already starting to hunt here. He's still over towards middle. So with Hunter's position, NAVI are looking for a safe haven. They can't head towards A. Both going to try and push through mid. Is it up and over Tetris? They need to find a way to hold on to these two rifles. There's no way they can contest a round like this with the bomb already so far gone. The Hunter's past them. These rifles with the loss bonus, we can have the discussion about the buy into the next. But as they head around the world, their backs are turned, and Hooksy is going to grab another. Now the position noted, you're going to run straight in towards Hunter.
He's got it.
He should have it.
He should have it. Imed, though, he's staying forward. He's kind of creating enough gap. As the bomb blows up, though, will Hunter start to charge? Oh, Imed defends himself. Keeps hold of the M4 for round 4.
Okay, well, if they'd saved 2, we could get a conversation going about drops, but now I think it's just going to be a couple of partial investments.
And how tumultuous of a time have they been having on Ancient? Is this surely in the back of their heads, if your recent affairs have not been going well, you realize a grand final is at stake on a map that you're already wobbly on?
Yeah, this is the issue, right? 3 losses on the trot, sure, to big names. And as I mentioned, it's a map that they've kind of had to have done an awful lot of work on. For G2, we've only seen them play it twice in recent history, and one of them was a win over FaZe as they ran through the RMRs as a 3-0.
Oh my gosh, Imer, he's found safe haven.
Barely.
Yeah, it's cost him a great deal of his health, but at least he lives on, the only rifle in play here. So it really hinges on Imer, already losing majority of his health. This round going one way. Oh! Or not! JL offers us another opportunity. This guy is such a playmaker. Back-to-back semi-finals on the major circuit.
Look at the bomb, tippy top of the ramp, and he wants more.
He wants to do one better. Hunter takes down Earmat.
The gap.
The gap. JL, he's got another. This would be unbelievable. Ace out of JL. Gives NAVI a lifeline and breaks G2. They're mental in the bin, just a deagle to his name, and he takes all 5. The first, you think, okay. The second is ridiculous, and the third is absurd. Finds the gap onto Hooksy. Oh, call a timeout. Referee, this is problematic.
He's just watching there on the cam. He collected himself, looked out to the crowd and a bit of a nod. That's a statement round right there. JL, huge. That might have echoes of effect onto G2, whose buy is now extremely brittle. Galil's, Tech9.
He's only gone and done the impossible.
This is where JL feels like he's made a bit of his name on a map like this. Once upon a time, donning that Apex jersey.
Yeah, he is the Apex Predator. Top of the food chain here on Ancient. Can G2 recover?
Late mid control. Alexi will get a chance to tussle with this.
Yeah, but covered with a full info that B's clear.
Well, they're past the LOS.
Yeah, this is a bit of an issue now if Yimit goes down early, but he's got Bit in support. They're going to be bounding around this corner. Free fire, good! He gets 2. It's Bit that can throw the knockout blow. He is going to be cleared by Hunter. A 3-on-3, nothing for the wonderful AWP. Vision obscured, bomb planted. Hunter a chance here to find more impact. A double kill, great. Alexi going round for the flank. This would disrupt Nexus angle onto Temple. It's all about timing. Wonderful's going a little bit ahead of Alexi's timing. Doesn't matter. He takes down Nexa. It really has to be Hunter. Side by side. Hooksy, what have you got? JL spots him. Dipping around the site. Running out of time. The CTs need to get in. They're struggling. Frags are found. Maybe he's got it. Hooksy, can he do it? No, he can't. Where's the kit? It's on Alexi. He's done it. He's got it. A second to spare. NAVI. They're in business now.
Felt like a bit of a nail biter, but that's how they were able to get business done on Nuke in some of their retakes, right? The fact that they were just able to take a bit of a breather, collect themselves.
Yeah. One stray bullet, it's a different story.
Great from Immer on the double, right? A multi-kill necessary. It got cleared out for free. And then Hunter has no space, nowhere to go. It wasn't even the flank that dealt with Nexa, which is the concerning part. And JL finding fine form.
Seriously.
Has had a strong tournament.
The pride of Lithuania. Unbelievable scenes. Round 6. What's in store for us here? It's Deagles. It's something that we know can do damage. A prime example given just earlier. Now it's Nico's turn. His signature Deagle Blaze. Can he set this arena on fire? No, sir. Not at the hands of JL.
He's found some confidence and plays a very important position on the map, right? There's going to be a lot of aim map duels. Nico's just going to want to play behind mollies, taking those taps. And if JL can stand up and deliver this type of form as Looksy with the Glock, braving the fight. You're not going to get a lot of this one, are you, G2? Felt like that fourth should have been an absolute certainty. And then what would the discussion be? We're about to be tied up 3-3.
You talk about MR12, about those rounds, the same thing happening on Anubis at times. Certainly not in the same way. JL is coming to Ancient with a point to prove. And Imet will spray him down comfortably.
All 5 staying alive. Important to start building a bit of bank on this CT side. So JL's heroics, now 2 more off the back of that. 5 individuals against the light investment of G2. Do you get a timeout from Taz just to collect yourself if you're G2, because it started so well, so confidently. Things were looking fantastic. And then JL happened, but no, not yet. Finding their time on these 30-second pauses. Honestly, into the AWP, it's just been a conversation of this evening. Even wonderful locking horns. This is very A-centric. But with the AWP, it's not going to be fast. They're going to try and set him up for a pick.
Yeah, but what happens when you call B clear early? Wonderful already, he's getting himself set up to provide early insight. Flash for that AWP line. Wonderful's going to be peeking now.
And jumping, m0NESY down. Wonderful takes him down early. AWP on AWP action. Oh no, Hooksy loses his head. It's Wonderful that makes him dead. Could be more. The damage is done. Nico versus Alexi. He's flustered, he's fragged, and this is G2 left wanting. Empty-handed into the A site. Another for Imet. NAVI full focus, full force.
I might see this timeout now.
Has to be. 4 in a row.
JL's inspired them back into this. It's a round he's not going to forget, especially if they pick up this map. Anubis 16-13, Nuke, their map choice, falling against them 13-7. And there were 3 in the hole. And now they've taken the smallest of leads.
1 man.
But that should grow. Oh, look at this. It's a triple nade purchase from G2, heading over towards B. So I guess they're likely to lob this over towards long.
I think they're looking for JL.
Yeah, lob it towards long. See if you're able to get any damage done. Nobody home. Wasted. $900 down the gurgler.
Alexi's been throwing this smoke regularly. Limits the threats towards the cave, and, well, Wonderful. He spots out the search. Significant damage from their nades. Honestly, pot shots. JL, he welcomes these engagements. Takes them in his stride. A multi-kill round for JL, up to 10. Imet right behind him. Hook's not gonna check. A freebie for Alexi.
Oh, Nexa yet to get off the mark. He'd love to just grab one of these. Slow down. Well, I was gonna say slow down JL and get yourself on the board, but nope. He ain't missing a beat right now.
Blade talked in an interview about JL. And one of the things he regarded was just the way in which JL can ascend to another level in the big games. And he says he doesn't always see that. There's not every player has that capacity, but for JL, when the stakes are high, when the pressure is high, he has the capacity to ascend. A new level of focus, hyper focus. And he's in hot pursuit now.
Well, this is that G2 timeout we discussed earlier. It has come through. Before there's just another buy that sees m0NESY jumping into the jaws of Wonderful and an A-site execute that gets absolutely nothing done. No bomb going down. Nothing to take into the next round. G2 need to start establishing themselves as far as the rifle rounds are concerned. They have everything they want and more in the buys.
Wow, yeah, you can see the success rate of Monacy's at opening attempts there. Attempted 4, punished thrice.
A little bit harder for the AWP to function on a map like Ancient. Double mollies mid, they'll hit the mark. They have been in the lab with the basics. And it's very important, especially for somebody like Ima, to have confidence to be staunch and forward, ready to take those fights. If you can't land the util, then you can't contest mid, and if you can't contest mid, then your cave player is under so much pressure early. The two very connected. And right now, it's a 3-player B start. You see the lurk smoke mid site causes questions for NAVI, and that nade lands on the dome of Wonderful, chipped on down to 71. Clear now, flash forward, AWP scopes up. Just parking the bus. G2 have taken the pace out of things. Trying to see if he can find that little slither gap there is Monacy.
Yeah, he's geeking it, but the first 55. Oh, there it is. NiKo goes looking for answers. He just gets a bullet. And now JL, he seems like a guarantee every time we jump to his POV. He's gonna get something. Wonderful builds on top. 5 alive, Hunter fighting tooth and nail. JL gets out the first nail into the G2 coffin.
They've got to stop jumping into this kid's scope mid-air. He's going to put the bullet right between the eyes. And taking a look, Alex, if we look at the last spree of rounds, what are we talking? Just 1 kill in the last 4 rounds?
Yeah, dude. This
is that it? 1 kill in the last 4 rounds? Am I reading that right?
They can't get going.
No, they have been absolutely stunted. Literally just 1 kill in 4 rounds of play.
Well, they're trying to get some pace into the mix, perhaps. The standard start. Smoke cave, smoke red, extinguished lane.
This is really tough for Hooksy to be able to call around because you're not doing any damage, you're not doing any dents. It's not that you're getting into the rounds, you're not getting the bomb down. Well, this has to change now.
Yeah, they've actually caught him off with a flash. It doesn't matter. JL racks up a double. Hooksy trying to give his team something to work with, but JL still alive and fragging up a storm. Give him the deagle. Monacy denies with his own, and Alexi's the one to sweep another under the rug.
But this is domination now. The conversation has completely changed. The way the game started, G2 looked like they were the ones in full control. The ace with the deagle happens, and then just the sheer lack of kills, the sheer lack of impact from anybody on G2 since.
Oh my goodness.
They've lost any momentum they were running with. It's 7 rounds already for NAVI. This is a map that they've struggled with in the past. They're on a 3-map losing streak. They've had issues with basic utility, and they're in the driver's seat.
Oh, they're driving all right. They're driving as fast as they can to the grand finals tomorrow. Championship Sunday for the PGL CopenHagen Major. Look at NiKo, gives it a go. Trying to be the hero, it's JL to rip off his red cape and says, try again. Try again. This CT side already monstrous. Monacy, what can you do? Look at the protocols. Bit slips across with a well-placed flash. Monacy, no info on that one. That's a spot, catches the boosted player, knows there's another. Hunter trying to do what NiKo couldn't. And it's JL next. Huge, huge from Hunter. Racks up 3. Set for success, a compulsory conversion from G2. Molly late. Nexa gets the bomb down. Will he get a frag? Oh, just as his boots hit the ground, his bullet finds the head. And it is a 4th for G2. It's been a long while before we said that one.
Well, welcome to the semi-finals, Hunter. Impact's been few and far between, but that is a dialogue shifter again. 4 as well, the bullet straight through Wonderful will eventually get taken out, but there's Hunter.
Wow.
That's what he needs to do. NiKo, desperate, running through the smoke, thinks he's exploiting JL, can't get anything done, but Hunter steps up. 4 is workable, 5 is great.
He has redeemed himself in a step in the right direction there. That is a beautiful sequence out of Hunter. He's given them something. Something just to stem the bleed. They were hemorrhaging rounds.
It was astonishing just to see those 4 rounds in a row where we're talking hardly any kills for G2.
Yeah, but that was just the echoes. You said the echoes would come of JL's ace.
took them this long to get back on their feet, dust themselves down, say, play on, 5 rounds still available here for G2's T side. A grand final up for debate.
Mid control.
And it's Imet, draws first blood. Is there more? Pushing through the smoke. What is this? Alexi will take down Hunter, leaping through smokes.
They've gone for late control, hoping that the flashes would be good enough. Emma was ahead, Alexi wasn't blind, and Nico's in the grave.
6 feet deep.
And this is pistol conversions and what should have been a certainty on the 4th. Who knows what could have become of this half? We'll see Nexa. Nexa, at least he's on the board, has a kill to his name.
Oh, wonderful. Tries to get the flick of the wrist. Now posted was Monacy. Falls back off the angle. Audible to Alexi. Would have to hit the quick scope. Would have to clear him out. Misses his chance. Alexi collects, and it's only Nexa up against the world. Imet converts. Folks, NAVI have 8 in the bank.
Both teams came into this final with 3 players. Been to the grand final of a major before. NAVI, the only ones with a player to win it, and that was Bit. Imet with Gamer Legion falling to Vitality in Paris last year, and well, all those years ago, Alexi B's rise to fame with Ents.
It's been a long time.
2019, it's been a hot minute.
5 years chasing that same high.
And think about all the different rosters that he's done it with.
Yeah.
He has been through the ringer as Alexi B.
And I'm not going to lie, I don't think many people had NAVI at the tip of the tongue of hot prospects for a deep run in the playoffs.
They had to beat Payne just to get through to the playoffs. And I know Payne played some great Counter-Strike, but it wasn't like it was one of the top of the pop names. It did look shaky. NAVI just a handful of rounds away now from locking themselves in. Hot mid-smoke.
There has never been a more important pistol for G2.
Flash at the ready from Bit.
3rd map, semi-final. Major stakes.
Aggressive main push from Hunter. This is important. Does he contain or does he continue searching for info?
The balls to go for a push like this.
You need to make players like this on the stage. You need to be able to get your team some information. Looking to block Cave with the smoke in hand. Hooksy, this would be important to get it off at the right time. Hunter's flank, here it comes.
Info, yeah. Restraint. Hooksy aware, drops the smoke. That seems optimal. Allows the silent arrival of Hunter. Imet, down and out. Hunter, what have you got? It's a double on the Julies. Man advantage, bomb spotted. The jig is up.
Still a chance to rotate away from this NAVI. A minute on the clock. Still a bit of utility for them to work with. And the fact it's so silent, G2 have to wonder, where have they gotten off to? A plant would be something to walk away with, but the round is still on. G2 have now postured into a retake setup on the B side.
They're into Cave. It'll be JL's utility to get them out of it.
Should get a plan.
Most definitely. Hooksy and Nico congregated towards the long. Alexi, this fight means a whole lot. Is there really a way that they can take this round? It looks good. Hooksy double. Bomb goes down, but it's got to be G2's round. Oh, JL. He's a demon.
Once he got started, I didn't think anyone was going to stop him. Eventually, silence, the defuse comes through, but mission accomplished. Bomb goes down, and we all know what that means. Force buy on the T side available for NAVI.
JL, he's going to be in G2's nightmares tonight. Or can they shake it off? That pistol means everything. It means the dialogue is still open. This is not a guarantee. Nothing in this life is.
Take a look, those kills have been able to guarantee him an AK-47. No head armor behind it. He's actually going to drop that across to Imma, so putting faith in the Romanian. Tech 9, Mac 10, util, more than enough for NAVI to work with.
Okay, early space available here, man. You talk about making these plays on the big stage. He's just got all that info. Real early doors for the T-side campaign. JL puts his name in the feed for the 21st time in our 14th round of play.
21 for 6, what a mammoth scoreline. He's had carry performances in this major so far, but this one might be the cream. a disadvantage to operate with now for G2. Bomb over towards A main, but they've rotated heavily. Monacy, the weight of the round is on your shoulders.
These are the moments he lives for. Spots 2. How does he react? He's going to get overwhelmed. A bullet finds his head. It's wonderful to make him dead. It's already looking over. Hunter scarpers to try and contribute. There's a gap. He unloads his mag. He's coming straight into Ime. Collects it. Spotless from NAVI. The pistol was theirs, but so short-lived is their success.
The ramifications in the CT economy dawning on them, and the fact that Hunter's gone for that, the fact that he was on his own, the fact he gets isolated, that was an M4, that's given over for free. It's just 2 MP9s that they have to retain. And now G2, it was already tough, now you have to do it on hard mode. Line for NAVI a lock, but how much more can they take with them? Segregated behind the doors, JL's gonna try his luck. But that'll be that.
NAVI. The GOAT steps down. And yet here they are. With G2 up against the ropes, battered and bruised. The third map, semi-final of the major. NiKo once again finds himself tantalizingly close to major glory that has eluded him for his entire career. And NAVI, a name he won't soon forget. Just bit and blade, a completely reforged NAVI.
They've gone all in, they've shoved it.
Of course.
The only option.
Everything at stake in this one.
You need to have the tug of war right now. You need to have the force by wars in full force. G2, there's a will, there's a way. You've got to get yourself into this round.
Oh, Monacy's so dead. Booked by the flash of Bit. They will run down JL. They take down JL. That's something, but look at Bit. Forward stance, retrieves the bomb. They could have lost the bomb if it wasn't for him getting away. Hooksy. Gonna go down. Huge from Wonderful.
They look for space. NAVI, the kills come their way. Now they can regroup, they can hit this B bomb site. It's just Hunter here.
What have you got for us, Hunter? It has to be something rather absurd. A smoke cave. He's got an incendiary that, oh, could cost him his life. Gets it down. Buys himself some time. The pressure is coming. The util has arrived. And he is alone. Look at Ime, though.
He's got the rotation. This is a powerful position from Ime. He can hear everything. If NiKo runs, the same for Nexa. They'll give over so much info.
This is a difficult clear. Ime, oh, asleep at the wheel! How has NiKo done that? But he's expecting B. The call still works. Who's going to be there? It's only Nexa. 2 frags to his name. One of them in this round would have to do a whole lot more. Readies himself. No sound cues yet. Alexi B, diligent, starts to plant. Nexa, what's your reaction to this? Wonderful providing cover. He has the angle. Nexa's spotted. And Nexa, he's gone. There's nothing here for you here. It seems like the 10th round is a certainty now. NAVI need just 3.
G2 coming apart of the seams, disjointed, not playing off of one of each other. It's going to be individuals that are going to get them back into this game, because individuals who got the party started for NAVI, and they have just been on quite the run since, holding G2 at what, 2 out of the last 12 rounds of play. Bomb goes off, they want to take it all the way. NiKo and Hunter survive, or do they? Hunter gives it away, gives away an AK. That was a rifle into the next, and now just the Galil for NiKo.
You'd have loved to. You'd have absolutely loved to. Just slicing their hopes of a 6th in half. We saw players reflecting upon their careers, and the main sticking point, it's not the victories. They pass by. After a couple of days, you lose the feeling, but the losses, they stay. They stay forever in your mind, every detail of what went wrong, what you should have done. And for G2, that
is likely going to be this Ancient. That ace from JL. Deagles up the ramp, gets 3. Now, this one a formality. It's just pistols, Chad. NAVI a silver platter for an 11th. Hunter just a 5-7 to his name. 1 is great. Imed trades. Nexa. Ooh, a chance onto Bit. Squandered. JL, he can take them both here. Nico, that Galil, how far is it going to get you? Just the one to save onto the gun. m0NESY caught by Imed, still racking up the frags. He's right there beside JL in the frag totals. A test of their mettle ahead. A test of their mental, a test of their individual abilities. Lost it. It would have been nice, but it's certainly not compulsory. They will surely be able to defend their honor into this one. The last timeout, Chad.
They'll be able to buy, yeah, but they're going to be missing a lot of key utility. m0NESY isn't going to have the AWP. They're in hot water. I don't know how you bring your way back into this. As I said, it's going to have to be individuals with heroic moments. The multi-kills on the CT side shutting them down. But right now, Alexi continues on the march of this streak against G2. For whatever reason, he's able to outbrain Hooksy and the boys time and time again. And Ancient thought that could be the difference maker. It started. And that's the way it looked, but right now, it's a completely different story.
I think so did G2. They thought this was it.
They're able to get this m0NESY AWP, so that's been dropped across. Somewhat quiet so far, only 8 kills. Still time to activate, but the smallest of margins. You've won the CT pistol, you've lost the force and everything since.
G2 fans just trying to beat the traffic. They got their arms in their jackets. Is there individual brilliance available? That's one thing for m0NESY.
Sticking around, he wanted more.
Denied for now.
I'm still not done. JL taking space. Will be smoked off and playing ahead.
These are those plays. Is Nico aware? Can JL get the better of him? Nico denies an important find. A 2-player advantage. Just to start the conversation. But this is not done. What is that? Pushes the smoke. Hooksy unprepared for it. Alexi slipping into a wide open bomb site. They're over-rotating off. He's making the calls.
There's a massive gap. Hunter's low. He took a big exchange of damage. They've completely given up to his site. They're going to be able to just waltz on in. But it's not just that. They have multiple Molotovs to constrict the rotation back. There's plenty of U2 once the bomb goes down.
And Bit, with that Stockholm trophy by his name, is the perfect lethal weapon. Realization sinks in. G2, all of that hard work, that double entry. JL and Ima taken out of the equation. But it could not matter. Bit hidden in plain sight, tucked in. They can't clear him. Their backs will be turned. Their backs could be broken. Hunter turns around, it's only the one. You need to get on the bomb, time-sensitive mission here. Alexi's got a Molotov, Nexa good for it, takes him down. The molly on the bomb though, we need a smoke. We need a defuse. Time is ticking, it could be enough, but G2, they live to tell the tale of the round they almost threw away. Good God.
Take a deep breath, collect yourself after that. They're all going to be tough.
Good God.
Well, like we were watching moments before disaster there. But NAVI, I think this is quite telling of how well things have been going for them. First tactical timeout called. Hope to pray, bow to your gods. Do whatever you got to do if you're a G2 fan right now. It's wonderful. Looks around, takes it in. Directions from Blade directly to the in-game leader.
All it takes is one round. Another one of those from JL. This Lithuanian whirlwind.
All comes out, immediately responds. A big one there from Nico. Great pivot again, so m0NESY can work his way in towards this game. No AWP available right now, or at least not purchased for NAVI. AK's Galil, plenty of util in the back and forth exchange towards B lane. Emma exploiting the smoke and exploiting a kill. Hunter down next to trade, important stuff.
Very important frag from Nexter. He's only gotten 4, but that one keeps them in the running.
HooXi needs to be very careful in cave. He can't go down like he did before to bit. His life means an awful lot, but this B site is under so much pressure, and now A feeling the heat. Smoke lands towards CT. What does it mean? Well, the reroute, Bit grouping up with the remainder of his team. The defense is split in a 2-2. No block utility available for HooXi or Nico. All of the nades are on the other side of the map.
The whole squad's here. A fumble from Bit. That's a high pressure scenario. Missed utility. Shots hit. Nico braves the flames to reposition. Just Bit overlook it. Flash from m0NESY. Nico proactive. They're all doing the dance, and he gets nothing on the spray. Nade could be good, but it's cost him his life, and all on to Nexa. A quiet game from Nexa, but this clutch has so much at stake. They're both there. He looks away, rounds the corner. It's all about timings. They've heard him. They've heard him. A smoke and a kit. A smoke and a kit onto the bomb. Planted for long. Wrapping around. Back is turned. JL finds it. Ladies and gentlemen, one single round separates NAVI from the grand finals. FaZe's opponent soon to be determined. A single round of play could do it. There was some fumbles in there, some windows of opportunity. This swing from Nico, 2 on his screen, gets nothing but damage, and oh no, the face.
Felt like the flash was good. Felt like he should have been good for 1. HooXi complete back turn, and this is it. Broken in the buy. G2, final round. MP9s, pistols, 1M4, and aggression in the mix.
You've got a caution to the wind. Everything at stake. Alexi B can do it. He can do them dirty. It's HooXi through the smoke, spamming away, puts JL on notice. They take full lane control. AK for Nico. (12-6). 6 rounds in consecutive fashion demanded of G2. Well, their major journey ends here on Saturday. And it's NAVI. This round far from a guarantee.
Let's call him for a boost. It's just gone through. No boost needed.
Okay, that's brave. m0NESY was spotted. Ooh, damage again. m0NESY, these wallbang tags, it's haunting him this game. Puts them, 2 of them, very low. Softened up for plays like this from HooXi. Could get punished. He was ready. And it's only the 1. Wonderful, keeps the chances alive. Nexa under scrutiny. Has support. It's wonderful to swing in unison. It needed it to be 1. It's another from Hunter. And it's a 7th for G2. They survived the night.
Going to be very serious faces from here on out. Walking on eggshells. 1900 lost into the next. So for NAVI, how do they want to approach this round of play? Round number 20.
Let's go, Team 2, let's go!
Could just go for a force buy. Looks like that's going to be the case. Even a little bit of residual cash on a few of their members, but Tech9, Steagles, P250, a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, and over towards A they go. And it's fast. It's a set smoke. They're just rushing A.
No one home. Only m0NESY needs 1. Delivers onto Wonderful. Playing for the retake. Smoke arrives. Should facilitate a plant. Hunter chooses to push. Delivers the first. Down he goes. JL through the smoke. m0NESY another. G2 seem to have held on, but it's JL. It's JL alive.
I know where he is.
They certainly do, Chad. And he's going round the world in 1 minute 17. Audible, converted, another
for G2.
A pressure moment. All in A with the pistols. Monacy gets the first, gets away. The response time is there. They deny the plant. Now they should be guaranteed another. That was the force spy. This will be the full eco. The lightest of investments. It's Eagle for Wonderful. Smoke for Bit, a flash for Alexi. Talking $1,200 worth of investment within this round. You don't get more skimped than this. G2 given the opportunity now to pick up their 9th round. Draw this just back to a 3-round game. And NAVI are in no rush. Taking in the moment, understanding the situation. As Alexi, man on the screen right now, you can see the conversation. They can sit here, they can talk about the next gun round. I'm taking a look at Blade. He's reading his notes, pacing back and forth. 60+ seconds to ready themselves for the next round of play. Him and Imma are having a big conversation now. Imma is the player to take the mid control. It's understandable, right? How have they been taking mid? How do we want to try and take that space? The two of them needing to confer, important. And it looks like that dialogue is continuing. They're still talking through the round and how they want to follow.
Just knowing you need one.
But this is the perfect use of a round like this. Bit's not saying anything. It's just been Imma and Alexi talking. So now, what can they get done? Can they do any damage? Can they get that bomb down? 30 seconds to find out. Flash is good.
Wow, he's been completely booked then. Eco stands his ground. So does Hunter. They'll find a little bit of damage. G2 post another. It was 12-6. G2 trying to prove that 12-6 is the new 15-11.
Well, let's see what results they come of that conversation, because Blade also wants to get in on the chit-chat. He wants to be part of the tactical fun. What have they got in store? What is the final blow? When AWP does not look available for Wonderful going into this T side. It is going to have to just be AKs across the board. Lacking a few bits of utility. HEs, for example, to harass this mid-control. They're only rocking one on Imma. And not only to harass as far as damage is concerned, but to clear the smoke. So it will limit a couple of their options available. Be 3 more needed to take us to overtime. If G2 can do this, you can start believing.
Yeah, this is where superstars are made. If you can step up with 0 margin for error, it can all end in a flash. The world is watching. Wonderful steps forward. Nico has a glance, audible. Nade looks good. Chip damage.
Caves the worry.
Pressure point for Hooksy. He's been losing these aim jewels, but there he is again in the feed for an opener. Pressure. Cave lost. Hooksy concedes in the open, gets away with it.
Nico stranded.
He has got so much to do. Pressure from both sides. He needs support. He needs someone.
Hooksy's been
How did that happen? Just spam down Hunter. Now Nico needs one back. He's back-turned. Monacy again. Hooksy combines. We need another. It has to be Monacy dancing around the site. Ilya Osipov popping off. Needs the last.
Oh! There was 1 bullet left in the AWP. He just had 1 shot in the AWP to get that done. And he keeps him in it. He keeps G2's grand final dreams alive.
Oh, the superstar shining bright, Virgil.
He's peeking, he's dancing around that pillar, and he's getting it done. He bows them out again. Check this one out. Bang! The premonition, it was perfect. The response time. Take a look, 1 bullet left in the AWP.
Oh, it had to be. Takes down Alexi B. 2 more, he says. 2 more.
Back to pistols, pace this time. Cave, it can be the pressure point. Hooksy susceptible. This B side seems weak.
They're coming for him. Hooksy stands his ground. Oh no! Nico down. Overrun. Hunter holds his side. Into the back line. What is that? Drive by from Bit. It's a 3-on-3, but they're so low. It's so tantalizingly close. If only they could find one more. It's Hooksy good for it. Bit can't really get that bomb down. Braves the flame. Nade on his face. Combined with the bullet to Hooksy. G2 are going to take us the distance. Spotted out and executed. I can't quite believe we're here. It was 12-6, folks. 6 rounds in consecutive fashion demanded of G2, and that's 5.
I said it was going to be a Royal Rumble. Well, this is a Rumble in the bloody jungle. Ancient delivering.
And the Royal Arena awaits. Still, no answer as to who will meet FaZe. Who will do battle tomorrow? One more. G2, they've started the conversation. They've stood vigilant so far, but it can all end, as we've said. 1 round for NAVI, it's been the case for 5 rounds back to back. Can G2 make it 6, wipe the slate clean, and take us into overtime in the 3rd map of this semi-final? Let's find out. Copenhagen, is it over here?
It's quite direct, regrouping immediately. They smell blood. They've been able to get in towards this site. Sure, the bomb hasn't gone down, but they can pressure it.
Full focus.
Not messing about over towards A. There's no main control, but look at the call from G2. They were expecting something a little bit more A-centric. They just had 3 players on the site. Rotating back now. Better division of the forces. The AWP of Monacy. He's in the right place.
Silence before the storm. This is crazy. They're waiting for it. Monacy going to throw out the smoke, but we need a flank.
Oh no, he goes ahead of it. Oh no, it's going to be JL and Bit. Monacy, what have you got? Misses his first, getting overrun. It looks like G2's time here in Copenhagen is over as JL racks up another 28 frags and counting. Hunter caught out. It's all on Nexa. NAVI pulled into the grand finals. 1 more kill. Wonderful gets it. Sometimes your opponent's just having a really good day.
And what a birthday present for Alexi B. 2019, the last time he was in a major grand final where he couldn't lift that trophy. Well, tomorrow, he and NAVI are going to get another chance, another opportunity to lock horns with FaZe.
Unbelievable.
What a game, what a performance from JL. The statement in the first half, the deagle, the ace, and Hooksy, he can't quite believe it. Gutted. The Dane on home soil cannot get to the grand final, cannot push G2 to that opportunity. They will not play on Sunday. NAVI, they stopped the comeback.
12-6, 12-11. G2 eliminated in the semi-finals here of a Copenhagen major, the first for CS2, and NAVI surprise the world as they secure it. FaZe versus NAVI, and it's Alexi B on his birthday, no less. 1 step away from the trophy.
That is exactly right. 1 step away from the trophy. And it's been 5 years since you've been here. How does this feel?
The best birthday gift ever.
Now talk to me through this series though. First of all, when you saw the veto, what did you think of that?
Can you repeat?
What did you think of the veto?
We expected the veto actually. We were expecting that we would play Inferno as third, but they seemed to switch the script and we went for Ancient. We practiced this map a lot, and the recent results we had on the map, I don't think made it justice. So we still believed and ended up pulling it home.
And in terms of that, I've got to look at this Anubis, right? It has been a map where we saw you guys go back and forth. It kind of gave me the vibes back at World Final, if you remember all of that as well. What were you saying to the team when it was going into that overtime, when it was getting so crazy once again?
I don't know. I don't know. I think we were just vibing on Anubis, honestly. And once we won the first round on the first overtime, we felt like we could take it home because we were just so confident on the T rounds.
And in terms of this confidence, JL had huge confidence. Was it just about letting him do what he wanted?
I don't know what happened to JL, but before the last game, I just told him on the hallway that he's the best B player I've ever had, and he just proved it.
He definitely just proved it. And what do you think about this crowd and how crazy and wild they've been this whole time?
Just an amazing crowd. My mom in the front, my family in the back. One more time, guys.
Well, I think we can do one more thing, Royal Arena. Say happy birthday, Alexi, in 3, 2, 1. And now he enters the major grand final. Make some noise for NAVI!
Indeed, and we got another special guest joining us as well. He's just gonna put on his headset. JL, who made it to the major final when last year you fell right before that hurdle. Unbelievable. How do you keep doing it?
I don't know, it's the power of Alexi and the fucking team we play for.
Let's go. I mean, he just said that he told you that you were the best B player he's ever played with.